Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, party squirrels of the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, James. Welcome, Iowa. And everyone else who's, I'm sure, shuffling on in. Well, we finally have a decision in order. Anybody want to guess what it is? We have this. We do have this document. We also have, shout out to Carla. That's funny. That's a reference to last night. Shout out to Carla. Love y'all. Thanks for being here, guys. You know what's really funny? Oh, Abby, long time no see. You know what's really funny? I just got a notification that the most recent Donna Edelson stream that we did, where it was just like the judge found another conflict of interest, and then there was a motion to eliminate for Wendy's book. I just got a notification that at like 18 minutes and 40 seconds in, it's like it got like they took the video down. They said harassment and bullying. So I'm wondering if that's a Glenn thing. Like, did Glenn report that? And is it their policy that if somebody says there's harassment or bullying, like on the live stream, they go ahead and take it down? I'm flabbergasted. So I have to figure out what to do about that. I think I can appeal it or edit it. I just think it's funny. Obviously that's not what's happening there. We're reading court documents. But anyway, but I wonder if that was Glenn. So how's everything going with y'all? And yes, so as far as this is concerned, though, so we do have this decision in order on the motion to dismiss. We also have the hearing from today. We also have, let me take a look. We have the memorandum of law in opposition to Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to preclude the defendant from raising a third-party culprit defense. That's another long filing there related to the third-party culprit defense. A lot of that will be argued in the hearing. So I'm going to kind of leave it to y'all to see if you want to also go over that filing or not, or leave it to the hearing. What I will say is this. For anyone who caught any of the hearing today, the audio is not great. In fact, it's terrible. And I don't know why, because it's the same courtroom they're always in. It's like, why is it all of a sudden terrible audio? So, you know, that sort of might impact the decision on if we want to read that document or not. I also have the Bederow email. Where is that? The email to DA Morrissey. Some of you guys may have seen that. So we have a number of things. So basically, it's up to you guys what you want to do first. Shout out to Meg. Welcome. If y'all want to start with the hearing, if y'all want to start with a filing, any filing, pick a filing, any filing, totally up to you guys. Yeah, I thought Breenan was really hard to hear. I did hear a part where Mr. Lessie quoted Shakespeare, so gotta love that. I love that. I'm a huge Shakespeare fan. Which is funny. I just said the other day, I don't remember how it came up, but Shakespeare came up the other day, and I was like, yeah, I'm a big fan of Shakespeare. And like, anyway, it's just really funny. So yeah. So y'all let me know what you want to do. I guess sort of in the meantime, while people shuffle in and weigh in on what they want to do, I'm not going to get into any of the long filings. Maybe what I will do is I'll start with the DA Morrissey email situation. So let me pull that up. Welcome, Official. If Kane gets here, by the way, he might have a question for you about his phone. He had a question the other day in the chat, and you weren't actually here at that moment. And I don't remember what the question was, but he has an Android. And I was like, I think I know the person who might be able to help you. Amanda, how are you feeling? Everyone, we love all of our Squirrel Crew friends. And Amanda's been getting over a healing from a surgery. So welcome. And we love you guys. How are you doing? So let me find that email. Here it is. Okay, let me just unshare, reshare. Okay. And that's all good. I don't even know if it was last night's stream. It might have been a different stream. I honestly don't remember. And look, Iowa has been a member for 1 month. I am shocked that it's already been a month since we've had memberships. That is amazing. Speaking of which, I do believe we're going to have our next members only live stream tomorrow. I already have it set up in case that you guys, really the reason was because in case you guys want to see the thumbnail, because I thought it's pretty funny. So, so the plan will be basically what it is contingent upon is in order to do, okay, so the next members only live stream is going to be Never Have I Ever. And I have a way that I'm going to be doing it using my iPad. So it's contingent upon making sure that I can test out. It's going to be new technology. Okay. It's going to be a new technology with the way that I do it with the camera system. And I have to have it set up. I have to figure out how I can, like, let me think, hoist my phone and position it over the iPad. Anyway, I just have to test the technology element of it. I'll make sure all that is working. That's what it's contingent upon. Only so that we can keep score for Never Have I Ever. That's basically it. But the goal will be to have that tomorrow. I'll probably set up another stream and then have that redirect into the members only live stream. The following members only live stream will be the members only trivia, where the one where I've been asking you guys to get in your requests for your categories. For anyone who hasn't done that yet, please make sure you submit that through the Discord if you want to participate. But yes, I'm so proud of our channel having memberships, and thanks for everyone who's become a member, and congratulations for Iowa being a member for a month. And I'm also glad because it reminded me to mention the members only live stream situation when I saw this. So yay. You know, we hear this a lot. People fall asleep during a stream and wake up and the stream might still be on, or they might be dreaming that they're watching it, things like that. So Amanda letting us know how she's doing. I'm so sorry. Well, you are stronger than you know, and this too shall pass, right? It's only temporary. That's what my mom's mom used to always say, that we can get through everything as long as you remember that it's only temporary. So we will be keeping you in our thoughts, of course, as always. So we'll just start out with this email here. So this is the email from Mark Bederow from March 21st of this year to DA Morrissey. So, dear DA Morrissey, I write in response to Canton, let me just zoom in, Canton Chief of Police Helena Rafferty's letter to you dated March 20th, 2025, sent in response to my letter to her dated March 10th, 2025, requesting that the CPD investigate alleged violations by Town Selectman Christopher Albert at D&E Pizza, which he owns, and there is the location, and it has a footnote here. Chief Rafferty described my request as limited to an investigation of events that occurred on March 4th, 2025. To be clear, my request includes a general investigation into whether Mr. Albert repeatedly intercepted oral communications of anyone at any time without their actual knowledge, and whether he unlawfully possessed an intercepting device with the intent to do the same. Okay. Chief Rafferty, citing Mr. Albert's prominent political status and his appointing authority, in scare quotes, over her, concluded that the CPD has a possible conflict of interest, which could lead to an appearance of impropriety if the CPD investigated whether Mr. Albert, you've got to be kidding me. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Let me read that again. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm going to have to make sure I've got the goat ready. You guys, this just never ceases to amaze me here. All right. Chief Rafferty, citing Mr. Albert's prominent political status and his appointing authority over her. So this is funny. No wonder it's in scare quotes, right? Saying that he has authority over her, okay? Mr. Albert, the town selectman, right? Concluded that CPD has a possible conflict of interest, which could lead to an appearance of impropriety if the CPD investigated whether Mr. Albert has engaged in criminal activity. You've got to be kidding. Is this a joke? They're worried about the appearance of impropriety? I can't even fathom this right now. All right. Criminal activity. Consequently, Chief Rafferty has referred the matter to you and has requested that the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, I think I'm doing better at that one, huh? The DA either handle any investigation or refer it to another county prosecutor. The DA has an actual conflict of interest, which requires which requires your referral of this investigation to another county. As an initial matter, the events of March 4th, 2025 outside D&E led to the arrest of Aidan Carney. I know it's Carney, but it's so funny. It's like, okay, let me just say, every time that I hear somebody say the name wrong, I'm like, oh my God, how do they not know, right? I will just say, when you're reading the document, at least for me anyway, I know it's Carney, but when you read it, it's like the automatic is to say it that way. I don't know how else to explain it because it looks like Kearney. Anyway, the arrest of Aidan Carney for alleged witness intimidation of Mr. Albert and his son Colin Albert, in quotes, Colin. Your office's long-standing adversarial history with Mr. Carney and close relationship in defense of Mr. Albert and Colin is well known. For example, on August 25th, 2023, presumably at the request of Mr. Albert, his wife Julie, footnote 2, we'll read the footnote in a second, and others, he took the virtually unprecedented step of making and then widely disseminating to local and national broadcast and print media a formal statement defending your ongoing murder prosecution against Karen Reed. Okay, now I'll read that footnote. So on August 25th, 2023, your then press officer, David Traub, sent Julie, who on information and belief is Julie Albert, an email in which Mr. Traub told Julie that Chief Rafferty communicated your note of concern to us while we were actively filming the very statement you were suggesting. That is the quote-unquote hostage video, which we watched at the last Karen Reed live stream the other day. That's what that's talking about. So, where was that footnote? Okay. Okay. Among the reasons you made this ill-advised public statement was to A, implicitly criticize Mr. Carney, and B, vigorously vouch for the credibility of the Albert family and other witnesses against Miss Reed. And actually, we counted it. I can tell you guys, I have it still written down. All right, here's what we did. So when we watched that DA hostage video, right, we noticed that it seemed like he wasn't saying John O'Keefe's name very many times, and that he was switching it where the witnesses, like the McAlberts, were the victims, right? The McAlberts, Juror Proctor. And so we went back and watched it again, and I'm looking at it right here. I wrote everything down. So it turns out he does say John O'Keefe's name a couple times, but never as a victim. Okay. So here's what I've got. So I wrote down every time John O'Keefe's name was mentioned, even though, again, it was never as a victim, just mentioned. And then every time a witness was mentioned, so like witness, something like that. And then additionally, anytime a specific witness's name was mentioned. So for example, Colin, Brian, Juror Proctor. So here's what we got. We got 8 times was John O'Keefe's name mentioned in that video. Witnesses was 10, and specific witnesses, in addition to being mentioned collectively, was 12. So that kind of proves the point that the video was really not about John O'Keefe. I mean, he was brought up just because, again, he wasn't the victim. Like there was never any talk of that, which is just wild. Super Planner Girl is Amanda. You know her from STS. Oh, you figured it out. Okay. Okay, so, right. So the reason I was mentioning that because of this part, right, where it says B, vigorously vouch for the credibility of the Albert family and other witnesses against Miss Reed. Yep. On information and belief, acting at the specific request of Mr. Albert and or his wife to Chief Rafferty, you allowed them as prosecution witnesses to edit the contents of your public statement while you were literally filming it by adopting their note of concern and then declaring Colin Albert did not commit murder. See Exhibit A. On or before September 26, 2023, you agreed to rescue your office and engaged Kenneth Mello to serve as special prosecutor to investigate whether Mr. Carney intimidated Mr. Albert, Colin, and others, footnote 3. Wow, look, the grave concern is here as well. That's wild. All right, let's take a look at footnote 3. See letter to Robert Cosgrove. Okay. On September 29, 2023, you emailed numerous high-ranking court officials about your grave concern about Mr. Albert being intimidated by Mr. Carney and demanded an investigation into that matter. Mr. Albert and Colin remain named witnesses against Mr. Carney in at least 2 prosecutions being handled by a special prosecutor. Moreover, they are prosecution witnesses against Miss Reed, whose trial begins in less than 2 weeks. Actually, as of today, it's 7 days away. Well, that's when they start jury selection anyway. Yesterday, Miss Reed's counsel stated in open court that her defense intends to present evidence that Colin is a third-party culprit who may be criminally responsible for John O'Keefe's death. A couple things here. Speaking of third-party culprit, again, I do have that filing. Also, for anyone who hasn't seen it, Speaking of the hearing with Turtle Boy, I made a video with their epic entrance when the defense walks in, set to Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangsta. So for anyone who hasn't seen it, it's like just a video, right? It's like 40 seconds long or something, but it's pretty funny. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely check that out. It'll make y'all laugh. All right. The above referenced facts lead to the inescapable conclusion that your office would be laboring under a flagrant conflict of interest in any investigation of Mr. Albert. Indeed, it is hard to fathom how your office can investigate the alleged criminal activity of Mr. Albert, fully aware that such an investigation may discredit him and his son at the same time, as their credibility is essential to both your prosecution of Ms. Reed and the special prosecutor's case against Mr. Carney. In these circumstances, if your office investigated Mr. Albert and declined to prosecute, there's a substantial risk that a large segment of Canton residents, Norfolk County residents, and other members of the public would question whether such a decision was made in good faith or whether it was influenced by your office's existing relationship with Mr. Albert and Colin, your antagonistic relationship with Mr. Carney, and your obvious personal and professional interest in seeking Ms. Reed's conviction. Accordingly, I respectfully request that in your capacity as DA, you recuse your office from this matter and refer any investigation into Mr. Albert's alleged violations to another county prosecutor. Will it make a difference? I don't know. I think it's all messed up. Okay, now we're going to see these exhibits here. Okay, so this is from August 25th, 2023. From Julie to David Traub. And the subject says, Statement on Commonwealth v. Karen Reed. Okay, thank you very much for getting back to me, Julie. And then here's the email. So good afternoon. Chief Rafferty communicated your note of concern to us while we were actively filming the very statement you were suggesting. So this is from David Traub. Please be advised that the statement was also sent to Dateline at NBC, Nightline, and numerous other interested parties not visible in the distribution list below. Hilarious that this is on here. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that, I mean, are they just like, I can't. I mean, the statement, you guys have seen the statement, right? It's insane. It's insane. I don't know how. That's all I can really say. So I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here. Yeah, I'm sure there are people. Right. I love that you guys are so awesome. I love everybody is so, and by the way, I need to follow up. We had a talk on one of the recent live streams about doing like a phone tree. I need to try to do like a follow up on that. Figure out how to make that happen for those who want to be a part of that. But yeah, just to that end of that, the Scroll Crew is just the best and very compassionate, which I just love. Meg watched the video. Awesome. Glad you liked it. I thought it was pretty good. Welcome back, Pure Duckery. Happy to see you again. For anyone who hasn't seen it, we also have the new command for Mr. Alessi. We have actually a lot of new commands. We also have a new command for Lori Vallow as well. Put that on the screen for y'all. Okay, so then there's another part to this exhibit. Here we go. So this is from March 20th, 2025. So this is Helena Rafferty. It's on her letterhead anyway, via email and first class mail. And then Michael Morrissey. Okay. And this is in reference to the request that we just read, right? Because it was an email from Mark Bederow. So this is, I guess, the response here. Oh, no, this is her communication to DA Morrissey. Okay, interesting. Okay, let me read this subject line here. Referral of request for criminal investigation into allegations raised against Canton Select Board member Christopher Albert. District Attorney Morrissey, please be advised. A letter dated March 10th, 2025 was addressed to me in my capacity as the Chief of Police for the town of Canton, from Attorney Mark Bederow. As you may know, Attorney Bederow represents Aidan Carney. In his letter, Attorney Bederow requested that the Canton Police Department commence a criminal investigation in connection with an incident that reportedly occurred in town on March 4th. Specifically, Attorney Bederow has formally requested that the CPD commence a criminal investigation into Mr. Albert for alleged violations, interception of wire and oral communications. The allegations raised by Attorney Bederow against Mr. Albert concern an incident that reportedly occurred in town on March 4th. I've attached a copy of his letter here too. As you know, Mr. Albert currently serves as a member of the Select Board. The Select Board is the appointing authority for my position as the Chief of Police. Oh, it's what a mess. Given the nature of the relationship between my position as the chief, my position and the Select Board, I'm concerned there may be a potential conflict of interest and possibly an appearance of impropriety. Again, that's just laughable considering all things that we know. If I or other members of the CPD were to commence such a criminal investigation into the allegations raised against Mr. Albert. Based on the existence of a potential conflict of interest and to avoid any potential appearance of impropriety, I'm respectfully referring Attorney Bederow's request for an investigation to you in your capacity as the DA for Norfolk County or for your referral to another county. So she's referring it to another county. So yeah, so that's the end of that one with the email situation there. So here we go. Yeah, the bot commands. Discord's awesome. It's a little bit, it maybe takes a bit getting used to, but I'm so bad with technology. And literally, I can't even tell you how many people have been like so hesitant because they're like, I don't know, but everybody learns it. It's not really, and we will walk you through it. Definitely join the Discord because it's awesome. You'll be glad you did. Seriously, I think Discord is like the way of the future, if you will, because it does so many things and it's free, and you can be anonymous or you can use your name, and it's just great. You can do all the things. And then as far as the commands, you can find those here. Tech wizardry. I know, right? Derp Durble. Derp Durble. So maybe what I will do is we will get into the hearing, and then maybe what we'll do is we'll take a break halfway through and read the decision in order on the motion to dismiss. So, and again, I do also have, like I said, here, let me pull this up. Hold on. I do also have, like I said at the beginning here, I do have this this memorandum for the third-party culprit defense. Again, this is what they're arguing in the hearing. So we may not really want to go over, again, this is really long. We may not go over this unless, it's up to you guys, right? But again, because some of the audio is hard to hear in the hearing, for whatever reason, they just couldn't get it together. It might be important to have this to reference. So I will leave it for referencing, essentially. Yeah, I have not seen the documentary yet because I don't have a way to watch it. Oh, official saying that by interacting with the Scroll Crew, his social anxiety has reduced by 70%. That is amazing. I just, that is awesome. And I am very happy to hear that and proud of you for stepping out of your comfort zone. That's such an important thing in life, right, guys? That's how we continue to be better people and to, we've got to always be willing to push ourselves outside our comfort zone, even if it's little by little, right? So now what we will do is we'll get into this hearing. Let me just do that. Okay. Smexcellent. No. Yeah. All right. And we're off like a herd of turtles. Off of preference.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank running to the
I hate him already today. So, in case anyone's wondering, this is at full volume. I already knew going into this that the audio was going to be a problem because it was a problem from the court. So I have my mic set to like automatically adjust its mic volume. But if you need me to manually adjust it and make myself quieter so y'all can turn this up on your end, like I have it all the way up. So if you need to turn it up on your end and I need to make myself quieter, just let me know. But it's supposed to automatically adjust my volume. So we'll just see how it goes.
Your Honor, Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Yanetti. Good morning, Mr. All right, so before we begin, Mr. Jackson, when we left the other day when we were talking about Michael Easter, I gave you the opportunity to get some authority on expert testimony and voter defense. Were you able to do that?
We were.
Do you have something to file?
Yes, it was filed yesterday. I do have a courtesy copy for this one.
Okay.
And I can.
Now that filing has not come up yet for us to see.
I think so. I'll take a look at it.
It's got everything in it that I would say orally anyway, but if the court has any questions, I'm happy to answer the questions.
All right. Thank you. All right, so thank you. So similarly, regarding the third-party culprit argument the other day, Ms.
Okay.
Yanetti, I see you did file something late yesterday, so I got
Yes.
that. I'm just wondering if
That's-
either the Commonwealth or the defendant.
And that's the document that I have. I was just referencing.
We heard on that.
Commonwealth does.
Okay, so I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan.
Great. Mr. Breenan.
Your Honor asked for a proffer from the defense regarding third-party culprit. Alternatively, evidence that would be separate regarding third-party culprit aspect of Bowden. We received some information from the defense that does not distinguish whether their intention is that it applies to third-party culprit or whether it applies to a third-party culprit aspect of Bowden. Those concepts are logically and legally distinct. Regardless, when you look at the proffer by the defense, it is insufficient and inadequate for both third-party culprit and for any third-party culprit aspect of Bowden. Two different analyses, but the evidence is equal
Analyses.
for both. Relative to third-party culprit evidence, there are a number of cases that I know Your Honor is aware of that guide the standard of third-party culprit evidence. Not to iterate the law because it is clear, but there must be relevance, there must be a substantial nexus between the claims of the defense and the third-party culprit theory. They provided us 3 people that they identify as third-party culprits. It's helpful just for a quick synopsis of the history. In this case, prior to the first trial, the defense never identified a third-party culprit. At some point, the defendant herself said that they knew who the third-party culprit was, and recently, the position of the defense has shifted that they don't know and don't need to know. Now, the law accommodates.
What is happening?
Somebody, it also accommodates general, but it has to have specificity in the complaint. There has to be a motive, an opportunity, and an intention. There has to be evidence that drives.
I don't understand his point. What he's saying is in the first trial, they never named anybody specifically, and now they're naming people specifically. And then he's saying, well, they have to be able to point to, basically it's like we all hear in Murdoch, right? Means, motive, and opportunity. And it's like, well, but that's what they're doing now. And the other thing is, so they didn't do that in the first trial and it was still sufficient. Like they were allowed to bring that in the first trial, but now they are getting more specific, but you're saying they're not, it just doesn't make any logical sense.
Correlation. It can't be bad character, speculative, or just putting out information that's negative towards a witness so that can backdoor prior bad acts against a witness and be used for a different purpose. They identified one person, Colin Albert. And in their proffer, what they offer, number one, and it's important to take them separately because it shows how feeble it actually is. The first thing they say about Colin Albert is he had a feud with John O'Keefe in the weeks and months leading up to January 29, 2022. Now, other than maybe on social media or in interviews with the defendant and national broadcast, there's no evidence of that. There was no evidence that's going to be admitted at this trial that shows there was a feud between Colin Albert and John O'Keefe. There is no evidence that there was any hostility between Colin Albert and John O'Keefe. There's no evidence of.
There was evidence in the first trial that there was a feud. Now I thought it was kind of silly, right? But they had evidence of it with the pictures, with the beer cans and the fence. You guys remember that? Anyway.
A motive to kill John O'Keefe by Colin Albert. There is no evidence.
That is a fact for the jury.
Intention or of any opportunity whatsoever.
And let me just remind everybody, the standard here is they just have to make a showing of good cause, right? We were actually just reviewing this for Idaho. Similar thing, right? Where if for in Idaho they call it the alternative perpetrator, but it's really going to be the case for any state, no matter what they call it. They have to make a showing of good cause, right? That's it. But Breenan doesn't understand that apparently.
The evidence is that Colin Albert was not even at 34 Fairview at the time John O'Keefe arrived there on January 29, 2000.
That's not what Alan Cape
So
said.
simply saying it is not evidence. And an attorney should not be allowed to confront a witness about an allegation that has no factual basis for them to then have to defend the accusation. The prejudice then seeps to the jury, and the Commonwealth is in a position having to disprove a claim that had no basis to begin with. The second claim that they make regarding Colin Albert is that he had thrown beer cans in Mr. O'Keefe's bushes and told Mr. O'Keefe to F off in his face. There is no basis for those claims. There is no witness for those claims. There's no information regarding those claims. I understand there may have been a party where there was beer cans, but there was no Colin Albert. So to attribute a situation or an incident to him, the defense would need some good faith proof, actual proof, fact, that this actually happened. And there's no evidence whatsoever that Colin Albert threw beer cans in Mr. O'Keefe's bushes and told him to F off. And the reason there's no proof is because it didn't happen. So again, the defense asks for an invitation to simply cross-examine a witness, allege a prior bad act, and then the witness has to defend their honor and the government has to disprove it. That is not the cloth that third-party culprit is made from. Regarding the suggestion that there was some type of feud or tough relationship, I saw on a video that there were two radio personalities, and I have the clip, who spoke and met with Karen Reed. And during conversations, at least they relate, that there was some claims about a drug issue. And according, not to the defendant, but according to the interviewers who supposedly interviewed her, they said that the story is completely false. They attribute this to Karen Reed. People are trying to make it more dramatic, like Colin would have a reason to hate John O'Keefe. That never happened, referring to some drug claim. He did not report him for anything. And so what we know is there is no history of animosity between Colin Albert and John O'Keefe. We know that there was no animosity between his family and John O'Keefe. The only event known is that at some point, Colin Albert's younger brother ran across John's lawn. Mr. O'Keefe supposedly yelled at him and then bought him candy as an apology. That's it. So we have an alleged third-party culprit, a very strong claim, with no evidence, no motive, no opportunity, not even present at the time that this alleged collision occurred. And so in that absence of evidence, it's not even feasible. Colin Albert should not be brought to the stand, attacked with acts that didn't occur, that otherwise would have no admissibility. Really, it seemed to be a backdoor way to tarnish his reputation and then bind him with other people the defense would like to attack.
And this just goes back to what we started this whole thing with, right? The whole thing, going back to the D. Morrissey video, right? This whole thing, the poor witnesses, the witnesses are the real victims, right? This isn't a murder trial. It's the victims, or sorry, the witnesses are victims of harassment, that whole thing. And it's like, and Breenan really wants to be able to get into this. He wants to be able to get into the harassment. Like he keeps bringing it up, right? As I pointed out in the last Carrie live stream, like, why is he so hung up on this? He keeps bringing it up, but like on the flip side, he doesn't want them to be able to then talk about these same people as third-party culprits. So, you know,
make a general suggestion that somehow this group of people are bad people. I know at the last trial, there was pictures of Colin Albert's knuckles that were scraped. And inevitably, it turns out that picture, I think the exhibits were introduced to trial, was taken much later. Pictures taken before that point show that Colin Albert's knuckles on the 9th and 11th February weren't scraped at all. So because he had scraped knuckles, subsequently, because he may have done a video that some use would maybe do and threaten somebody else, not John O'Keefe, has nothing to do with this case whatsoever. An attempt to introduce alleged aggression or prior bad acts, but there's no bind whatsoever. The second person that the defense would like to identify as a third-party culprit is Brian Albert. And this is some of the gross generalizations that you see with Colin Albert. No specificity, but trying to assault his general character by generally suggesting things that may or may not be accurate in just telling part of the story. They claim he didn't have a good
look at Turtle Boy's face. I know it's blurry, but
no evidence. They claim it, and even if it was so,
I'm sorry, I'm pausing real quick. So Turtle Boy's, again, they have it blurry in the background for some reason. I don't know what they were doing in the courtroom today, but if you can kind of still see, like, his facial expressions are funny, like watching this.
No specificity, but trying to assault his general character by generally suggesting things that may or may not be accurate in just telling part of the story. They claim he didn't have a good reputation among fellow police officers. No evidence. They claim it, and even if it was so, has nothing to do with this case. Known as a bully, so rumor clearly is not admissible in a criminal case. Had a history of sucker punching officers. We don't see any specificity. We don't see any evidence. We don't see any information. We just see a general attempt at a character assassination. Portray him as somebody who is either capable or a bully. Nothing relative to John O'Keefe. Nothing. They suggest, and I'm not sure what the basis for this is, that he was drinking heavily that day when he went to a funeral with Mr. Higgins and another person. It is true that he was at Hillside around 9 o'clock and was drinking around 9 o'clock. So all of this information is just general inflammatory accusations about character. They say he was a trained boxer because when he worked out in Boston, was engaged in charity events, some dating back to 2003. By that standard, anybody in the neighborhood who has any self-defense training, mixed martial arts, or boxer would be on the target list. The fact that he is a police officer and that he is physically fit and that he trained to protect himself doesn't make him a third-party culprit. It is this general suggestion of strength and distorted into a hopefully perceived sense of violence that it has no root at all, no root. They went as far to say he was investigated by BPD for violent conduct, but they don't give any details. If they looked, they could go online, they could investigate potentially. There is no sustained findings that are known to the Commonwealth against Brian Albert in internal affairs, none whatsoever, ever. And so to make the suggestion he was investigated by BPD for violent conduct, they provide no fact. I'll say, even though it is off base entirely, it has nothing to do with John O'Keefe. They're trying to suggest that he has a propensity for violence. And they don't do it very well because they provide no details. These are all just general accusations by the defense. In fact, I would say it's not important or admissible. You can't bolster the good character of a witness, but to simply make suggestions of bad character is not any root or tethering to this case specifically. Instead of bad character, Brian Albert, the two-time recipient of the George Hanner Award, has many, many medals of honor from the Boston Police Department, but that is not the issue. They suggest that he was involved. So they know that they have to tie him not only to the scene, but somehow to Mr. O'Keefe. Other than being at the bar that night and Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed pulling in front of his property that night, there is no association between the two. They say he's present at the scene of death. By all evidence, Mr. O'Keefe died feet from the street near the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview. So that's a little bit broad. He wasn't present at the scene of the death. He wasn't there. That happened out front on the front yard near the flagpole, about 70 feet from his house. The body was found feet from his front door, arguably, okay, 70 feet, 75 feet. He admits to being home. He doesn't have to admit he was home. Now, here is another claim without any evidence whatsoever. The defense states emphatically, computer forensic data overwhelmingly establishes O'Keefe entered Albert's house. I haven't seen that evidence. Based on what? So if they're going to make an offer of proof to the court and they're going to make claims to substantiate this theory, they have to have proof of it. And in their motion, I see no proof whatsoever that overwhelmingly establishes John O'Keefe went into the Albert house. In fact, what we see is the opposite. In the past trial, numerous people were called. Every single person that was asked stated they did not see John O'Keefe enter that home. Every single person. Now, whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. What's relevant is there's nothing to the opposite. There's an absence of evidence to the opposite. In fact, the phone data and the Waze data and the GPS and all the data puts John O'Keefe at the front yard, not in the house. So if they're asking the court to make a finding of substantial link and substantial proof that John O'Keefe was in the house, they have to actually give you the facts and the science and the data to support that. And I don't expect that will happen. They add that there was going to be expert testimony that the scratch on John O'Keefe's arm was from an animal or a large dog, and because Brian Albert had a dog in the house, there was some type of inference. Dr. Russell has already testified at the Lanigan hearing that she's not saying that those bite marks were from Chloe. Although it's not been decided by the court, Dr. Crosby has done molds that show that the teeth comparison is totally an opposite. And so even the defense is not saying, as I see from the disclosures, that Chloe bit John O'Keefe. Their version, which we don't agree with, is that a large animal or a dog caused these wounds. They don't say where, they don't say when, they don't say how. And so that is not a link so that Brian Albert becomes a third-party culprit. Finally, in a way to try to create some type of traction against Brian Albert, they associate him with Brian Higgins because they spent the day together, because Brian Higgins, according to them, was rebuffed because of phone calls at night. All of these general claims with no fact predicate rely on innuendo, surmise, speculation, or just the creation of an inference that does not exist. There is no evidence Brian Albert had any motive whatsoever to harm John O'Keefe. None. There is not one witness. There's not one statement that Brian Albert had any animus whatsoever towards John O'Keefe. None. He did not have the motive. He did not have the opportunity. And there was no evidence that he was involved in any way in the alleged collision that happened in the front of his yard that night. Finally, the defense turns to Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins was at the Albert address that night. John O'Keefe never went into the Albert address that night. They take very, very select pieces of information, and I would suggest don't tell the whole story. And from that, they want us to speculate a motive. For example, they say that Karen Reed had kissed Mr. Higgins at John's house. That seems to be corroborated in the text messages. According to the text messages, Mr. Higgins essentially says that Miss Reed came up to him and planted a kiss on him. And there's quite a bit of text message exchange that you heard during trial about that interaction. And then at some point, Miss Reed went to Mr. Higgins' house. And so there was some interest, it would appear, from the text messages between the two. mutual at best. There's a plethora of text messages where Ms. Reed is pursuing Mr. Higgins, looking for his time, looking for his intention. And one, she says, basically begging him to come over. Do you like me? Come over to my house. There are text messages.
Twiz
talking
is
about
late.
Mr. Higgins not having enough time
Twiz,
for her.
go to the
So there's a
corner.
flirtatious relationship between the two of them. What we don't see is that somehow that creates.
We will be here. We will be
for Mr.
here,
Higgins to
official.
want to hurt or kill John O'Keefe. The fact that they are texting together and later that night he sends a text message.
Twiz.
I think an inference the defense would raise is that he felt like he was ignored or wanted
Twiz
to know
is
what was going on
here.
with their relationship.
Twiz is not
It's
here.
evidence of motive. In all of these text messages, you never see any animosity towards John O'Keefe. Mr. Higgins's text messages are virtually all kind towards John O'Keefe. It's uncomfortable. It's an awkward situation because both of them appear to be deceptive as it relates to John O'Keefe. But there is no vengeance. There is no anger.
Right. So
The suggestion that there is a motive because there was flirtatious
Okay.
text messages to then kill the man is beyond the pale. It's
This is
beyond
interesting.
any logical connection that would support a third-party culprit. Brian Higgins sent a text message saying to John O'Keefe, asking if he was coming to the home that night, and they then attached the word he lured them to the house. I mean, we do look at this evidence not in a vacuum, but logically and realistically. Not knowing that Karen Reed was not going to come in when they arrived at the house. Is it reasonable? Is it rational? Is it lucid to think that that Mr. Higgins was inviting them both over to the house, not knowing only one of them would get out of the car? Is a suggestion that
So I'm gonna back this up. This is where he's getting into this. There's like this, it's so crazy. So his whole thing is like that he's trying to say like it's not rational to think that that Brian Higgins would be a third party culprit, right? That he would kill John O'Keefe or have motive to kill John O'Keefe, right? Because of Karen, right? Like the whole like love triangle situation, right? Although it happens all the time in cases, right? However, what's more interesting than that is like, but also on the flip side, at the same time, Breenan is arguing that was Karen's motive. So it's okay for Karen to have that motive, but not okay for Brian Higgins. It's just, I'm gonna slow this down a little bit so we can hear this a little better because I feel like Breenan got quieter at certain times today. There was some moments where I'm like, I can't even hear him like at all. I don't know if it was just a certain feed because some of the court streams like were less crappy than others. Like Long Crime, I think, was like super quiet. But anyway, so let's hear this again.
or kill John O'Keefe. The fact that they are texting together and later that night he sends a text message because I think an inference the defense would raise is that he felt like he was ignored or wanted to know what was going on with their relationship is not evidence of motive. In all of these text messages, you never see any animosity towards John O'Keefe. Mr. Higgins's text messages are virtually all kind towards John O'Keefe. It's uncomfortable. It's an awkward situation because both of them appear to be deceptive as it relates to John O'Keefe, but there is no vengeance. There is no anger. And so the suggestion that there is a motive because there was flirtatious text messages to then kill the man is beyond the pale. It's beyond any logical connection that would support third-party culprit.
But it's a logical enough connection, though, when you say the same thing about Karen, though, right? For murder.
Brian Higgins sent a text message saying to John O'Keefe, asking if he was coming to the home that night, and they then attached the word he lured them to the house. I mean, we do look at this evidence not in a vacuum, but logically and realistically. Not knowing that Karen Reed was not going to come in when they arrived at the house. Is it reasonable? Is it rational? Is it lucid to think that that Mr. Higgins was inviting them both over to the house, not knowing only one of them would get out of the car? Is a suggestion that Mr. Higgins was going to kill both of them, or he was going to kill one of them, so the other one he would then set up for murder so that he wouldn't be able to see her anyways? The absurdity of the relationship between the claim and reality is so great that it will just run rampant through this trial. It would be unrelated, speculative, shotgun approach to claims that the witness will spend their time trying to explain and defend that will distract the jury, and it will serve the purpose, which the case law says it shouldn't, of taking attention off the facts at issue for the case we're here from.
Jesus Christ.
And that attempt to divert.
That is disgusting. God forbid the defense have any right to present a defense. And if he had his druthers, right, it would just be the Commonwealth presents their case in chief, and the defense can't cross anybody. The defense can't present a case, and that's it. And the Commonwealth's like, here you go, right? Basically, that's kind of like a grand jury situation where you don't have cross-examine, the defense doesn't present anything. It's like kind of like that. Like that's kind of what he's saying, right? It's like look at this. Take attention off of the facts at issue. Well, the facts are for the jury, dude. Oh my God. What I mean is, for him, the only facts that matter are the Commonwealth's facts, right?
Case we're here from. And that attempt to divert anybody but the defendant is
Twiz is back, yay!
We have we don't know who, but 3 potential third party culprit evidences with absolutely fragile evidence. It's feeble. They, as their
Feeble.
support, what they
Feeble
offer
he
is
says.
they believe Mr. Higgins lied because he went to the Canton Police Department to do administrative work. And
Oh my God.
I think the evidence is clear that he had cars that he parked there as part of his job that he needed to clean off. So they are parsing words in an attempt to create a basis that doesn't exist. That there are
But come on
false
though.
clues
But come on, because you had a date with who? How'd it go? Was it with one of the birds? I mean, this strains credulity, right? Breenan, are you standing here saying that you think it totally makes perfect sense that at like 1 a.m. or later, right, in a blizzard, after drinking God knows how much, it makes any type of sense for him to go play musical parking lot? Like, for real, for real? Rhett? I don't know who that is. Do we know who? Am I supposed to know who Rhett is? So Twiz had a date with a dude, it sounds like. Great. Glad it was good, and you'll see him again. Wonderful. The musical. Right, I asked his name, yeah. So his name is Rhett. So shout out to Rhett. So this is not somebody that we're supposed to know as in through YouTube, right? It's just somebody who you know locally. Do you want to share any details about your date, Twiz? Twiz's date with Rhett. Twiz and Rhett. Sounds like they would make a great couple. It was a giant waste of time, but it was fun. Okay, he works at the gym. All right. Well, if it was fun, how was it? I don't know. If it was fun, then it doesn't seem like it was a giant waste of time, right? Because fun is good. Fun is good. We like fun. So yeah, I mean the musical parking lot of it all though, right? And then Breenan, like, this is part of his job. A 2-week trial? I don't think so. I don't think that was ever advertised. Okay, we're getting the full story. He goes there, talks to Rhett at 7:15. Okay. Came back because of the trial. What are you talking? Twiz, I'm completely fucking lost. What trial are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know what Twiz is talking about. Oh, you're saying a gym membership. Okay, hold on. I was confused because we're talking about trial and you're talking about trial like a gym membership trial. Okay, hold on. Now I get it. See, I saw the word trial and I thought trial like what we're, yeah. Okay. That is funny. Okay. Now I follow. Now I'm following. Okay. So you came because of the 2-week trial. Gotcha. Okay. And he's like, they don't actually do it. Now I'm following. Okay. So you're like, right. Well, you said trial and we're literally watching here. I thought you were asking how long Breenan advertised this trial was going to be when it starts. That is, I see. Okay. I see, Twiz. So you guys are going to hang out again, sounds like? That's good. Are you going to tell them about your... Never mind. You can see why I was so easy. I mean, you can see where the confusion came in, right? Like the trial. They advertised a 2-week trial. Oh my God. Wait, so you're getting a gym membership or you're not getting a gym membership? I thought you said they didn't do the trial. So you're just going to pay for the membership? I don't know. You guys.
We don't know who, but three potential third-party culprits
Liz.
with absolutely fragile evidence. It's feeble.
Oh, okay.
As their support, what they offer is they believe Mr. Higgins lied because he went to the Canton Police Department to do administrative work. And I think the evidence is clear that he had cars that he parked there as part of his job that he needed to clean off.
Yes, this
So
is
they
just
are
crazy
parsing
talk.
words in an attempt to create a basis that doesn't exist. That there are calls between Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins later that night. So what?
So what?
They have no evidence that either of them spoke to each other. They have no evidence of conversations. They have no evidence
Oh my God.
of conspiracy. They have no evidence.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you, Heather, for backing me up on that one.
It's clear that he had cars that he parked there as part of his job that he needed to clean off. So they are parsing words in an attempt to create a basis that doesn't exist. That there are calls between Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins later that night. So what? They have no evidence that either of them spoke to each other. They have no evidence of conversations. They have no evidence of a conspiracy. They have no evidence of a cover-up.
Look at Turtle
They have
Boy's
no
face.
evidence of a weapon.
A
What we
weapon?
know is John
A weapon?
Keith never went in the home. And so to try to create this image based on obscure facts is not the substance that's required under third-party culprit. I know third-party culprit is a time-honored tradition and is a broad latitude, but it's not endless. It can't prejudice the Commonwealth. It can't distract the jury. It can't be based on fiction. It has to be based on an identifiable theory. The cases that have allowed third-party culprits that have been reported have actual people who could be a third-party culprit, who actually have relationships to the scene of the crime or the deceased. In this case,
I will say it could be like a members only idea for another. We could do like relationship advice or relationship stories or something. I don't know. It's just funny because like this whole thing. I'm still wanting to know more about this date, right? I was saying, did y'all have like dinner and dancing? You know, isn't that what people do? Dinner, dancing, drinks. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah,
fiction
I'm out of the loop on that.
based on an identifiable theory. The cases that have allowed third-party culprits that have been reported have actual people.
It was already allowed, dude. In the first, dude. Okay.
Third-party culprit who actually have relationships to the scene of the crime or the deceased. In this case, an attempt to call Mr. Higgins a liar or create fictions about what they think he could have been doing or guessing what they want him to do is not evidence. 9 people testified John never came into the house. 9 people. There was no overwhelming evidence or any evidence he went into the house. There was no evidence of motive on any of these 3 people they identified. They've had, before the last trial, the entire trial, and was aptly pointed out, no request for third-party culprit instruction. And then they had since then to make an actual proffer that people actually have the motive, opportunity, and intent to do this. That there's actual evidence that there's this alternative theory, and they failed to do it. To have the defense go through a trial, distract the jury, attack the reputation and character of the witnesses, and then not even ask for an instruction at the end. It evidenced the fact that there is no basis for a third-party culprit. Now, separately, third-party culprit is part of Bowden. Even if the defense at the end does not warrant an instruction, I recognize that challenging the police investigation is virtually an entitlement of a defense. How they do it and the extent they can do it is a different story. Simply because they have an attack on the police investigation does not let them use third parties as part of that. And so the standard, Silva Santiago, is very clear, it's cited by almost every case, is that there has to be something the police didn't do at the time that they knew about and should have done. So at the time the police did their investigation is being criticized, they would have had to have known about a potential third-party culprit or third-party culprit evidence and didn't pursue it. And that's where the defense argument utterly fails here.
Heather.
Because at the time the police were doing this investigation,
Heather, yes,
what
yes.
they knew is that
Shipping.
was on the front lawn of 34th Avenue near the street. They knew that he was dying, or
Hi,
was dead,
Danny.
and a number of witnesses knew that Miss Reed was saying, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." A number of witnesses Shortly thereafter, what the police knew is that Miss Reed's taillight was cracked. And shortly after, what they learned and knew after they got her car is that part of her taillight was missing. So at that time, when they were doing their investigation, there was no claim of dog bites. That came months and months later. They went to 34 Fairview and they spoke to the owner, according to witness testimony. And everything seemed appropriate. Concerned, confused.
Everything
no
seemed
blood, no scratches,
appropriate.
no cover up,
Nothing,
no turned over furniture.
nothing seemed appropriate.
There was nothing that would have alerted the police officers that there was any road to follow other than the road they followed. Now we can be
Not that,
criticized
I mean, sadly, not that it would have mattered anyway, though, right? Because they wouldn't have fucking done anything. Oh my God, Heather, you're killing me right now. Dude, yes, yes. Twiz. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because what I was wondering, okay, I'm just gonna say it. I didn't say it earlier. I'm just gonna say it. I was gonna ask earlier. I was like, "Did you show him your Georgial stick?" Okay. I had to say it. I said it. It's done. Okay. Ugh.
plastic cups or leaf blowers. But that's different.
Heather's dead.
That's different. In order to have third-party culprit under Bowden, the police would have to have known that there was information that targeted or pointed out a different person, and they didn't pursue it. So in the cases cited by both the Commonwealth and the defense, there are a number of cases that talk about information that was known to police at the time they were investigating and they failed to pursue it. That is not this case. That is not this case. There was nothing in any of these proffers that show actual evidence that the police knew of these later third-party culprit claims by the defense, or they knew at the time they were doing this investigation that there was any other lead. And likely the reason was because there wasn't. The evidence for a reasonable police officer pointed towards the statements, towards the car.
Okay. So we'll just.
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
Hard as a rock, freeze thaw effects on penetrometer resistance. You know, his head's as hard as a rock.
Excellent.
Towards the light. And that was followed up, which led to DNA in hair and all the other evidence that followed the data. And so, as a concession to the defense, they don't simply get to bring in third-party culprit through Bowden because they failed in the instant case to show a third-party culprit. That's not part of their entitlement.
That's not what they're trying to do.
Mindful that if they do raise Bowden, whether they get instruction or not, it is broad. And that means the police, including any police they would call in this case, or we would call, is entitled then to share their state of mind why they did not do something. That can
Of course
open
they are.
doors to inadmissible evidence, privileged materials. The state of mind of the officer is relevant if they make it relevant.
I'm so
So
curious.
we
Are
should-
they gonna follow up on that dare from Alan Jackson? Are they gonna try to find someone in rebuttal to come in and say it was a great investigation? I mean, they're not gonna be able to find that. I don't know who they'd be able to. I mean, maybe Trooper Paul. No, he wouldn't. They'd have to bring in someone who'd be comparable in their terms of being an expert. I don't know. I can't. It'll be funny to see what happens if they do try to attempt to bring anybody in for that.
Not engage in a process where we allow witnesses to be asked questions with no ability of the defense to follow up those questions with actual proof. We should not engage in a process where witnesses, their character is attacked when it has no relationship whatsoever to this crime. And witnesses shouldn't be put through the ordeal of defending themselves based on generalizations.
The witnesses.
Supposedly being violent
They're the
or
victims.
having a temper.
It's
There
really
needs to
sad.
be that nexus, and it fails. It is beyond feeble. And so I asked Your Honor not to allow third party.
He's talking about Breenan, Twiz.
You should not allow
Breenan.
it.
Defendant's here. Woo! And that's one thing I will just say. I love Mr. Yanetti. I am a huge Mr. Yanetti fan, and I love that we got to hear him a good bit today. And Alessi.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's motion raises 3 interconnected issues, not just 2. I believe that 2 of those were conflated by the Commonwealth. I'd like to separate them out.
Please.
The first issue is the introduction or admissibility of evidence relevant to show that somebody else harmed John O'Keefe. The second issue, which I think was conflated with the first, is whether after the introduction of such evidence, the defense is allowed to argue that a specific
I have no
person or
idea.
persons
It was bad for
caused
everybody
John
today. It
O'Keefe's
was just
death.
a court feed.
And then the third issue is whether the police properly investigated this matter in light of the information that they had or information they could have obtained or failed to follow up on to show that somebody else caused John O'Keefe's death. Regarding the first issue, which Mr. Brennan spent a lot of his argument on, there is ample evidence tending to show that somebody else caused John O'Keefe's death. In our opposition, we have cataloged the evidence against each of the potential third-party culprits that we named the last time we were in court. Each one of them had a motive and an opportunity to harm John O'Keefe. The investigators in this case had evidence that pointed to Brian Albert. Brian Albert is a violent man. He was not only a boxer who punched people in the ring, he was also a violent drunk who sucker punched other police officers. Those police officers are on our witness list.
Oh
He's
boy.
been investigated by the Boston Police Internal Affairs for having done so. There are many police officers listening to this argument right now who are nodding their heads. We've heard from many of them.
Interesting.
It's undisputed that Brian Albert was present at the scene of the crime. It was his house. He claims to have been sleeping merely several feet away from where John O'Keefe's lifeless body was later found. There is evidence that John O'Keefe entered Brian Albert's house. The Commonwealth may not agree with that interpretation of the evidence, but it exists. It's a live issue at trial. At the time John O'Keefe entered that house, an intoxicated Brian Albert was inside. He had been drinking day and night for hours at a time, and he was liquored up.
Liquored up,
He
people.
testified to that. He was at the hillside when he had his first drink in the afternoon, and he testified under oath he was drinking consistently the entire rest of the day.
It's insane how much these people were drinking.
The says that every single person didn't see him in the house. Those same witnesses that the Commonwealth points to, every single one of them also did not see him on the front yard where Mr.
Right.
Brennan claims that
Right.
he was at the relevant
Right.
time. That day and
That's
night,
just
Brian
such an
Albert was-
important point, right? Because he had with the Commonwealth's theory, he had to be in the yard. He had to be, right? Which is why Sister Nagel changed her testimony and then was like, "Oh, I think I saw a black blob or whatever," because but the point being, if the Commonwealth is trying to say, well, they said they didn't see him in the house, so that means that means he wasn't in the house. Well, then you have to take their word the same way when they say they didn't see a body in the yard, but that disproves the Commonwealth's theory of the case because he had to be in the yard at that time. So Kit Spence is here too. Woo!
his close
Well,
friend,
party.
Brian Higgins.
Well,
This was the night
party.
that after having carried on a flirtation with Ms. Reed while she was dating Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Higgins was confronted with Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe together. In the words of one eyewitness, Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe appeared to be lovey-dovey that night.
O'Keefe
Higgins had
says,
expressed his interest, but it went nowhere. And it went nowhere because prior to January 28th of 2022, Ms. Reed had rebuffed him, essentially ghosted him. She stopped returning his messages. Brian Higgins was liquored up that night as well. They're both very large men. The court saw them on the video. Friends who drank
You're
the
wrestling.
entire day and night.
you're
and
wrestling.
waiting in the house for Mr. O'Keefe to arrive. Mr. O'Keefe ended up dead because he went to Brian Albert's house. After Brian Higgins left, Brian Albert maintained contact with him. At 2:22 in the morning, the two of them were exchanging phone calls to check in with each other just a couple of hours.
Hold on. It was at 2:22. I don't even think I caught that. It was at 2:22 and 22 seconds is the length, right? How is that even fucking possible?
After Mr. O'Keefe was mortally attacked, Mr. O'Keefe had dog bites and or scratches on his arm consistent with a dog or an animal attack. Brian Albert had a large German Shepherd who had attacked and injured somebody in the past. It all fits. The Commonwealth utterly failed to investigate Brian Albert as a potential suspect. And I'm sure the court remembers the words in a text message of now ex-trooper Michael Proctor, investigator who's now been fired as a result, in part, of being biased in this investigation. I would point out also that when Mr. O'Keefe was in the house, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were unaccounted for, according to the testimony. With regard to Michael Proctor's words,
This is confused.
he was asked specifically if anyone would catch any grief for having a deceased person on his front yard, and Michael Proctor said, nope, the homeowner is a Boston cop too. The message was clear.
Mhm.
If you're a suspect, you get fully investigated unless you're on the right side of the blue wall. If you're a police officer, you get a pass. Now, in addition to the 2:22 a.m. phone calls with Higgins, there's no
Wild.
consciousness of guilt.
Wild. 2:22 a.m. There it is again. That's insane to me. 2:22, 22 seconds.
implicating Brian Albert. And I would note, this is not something that Mr. Brennan addressed in his argument. He didn't talk about the consciousness of guilt evidence. Despite a massive police presence on his front yard, just feet from his bedroom, Brian Albert never came out to speak with investigators. And it's worth noting, it's worth stressing that Brian Albert was a first responder. He chose to ignore his duty to help somebody in need and instead stayed in his bedroom.
Wardle
And
stick.
Brian Albert's dog, the family dog, a member of the family for 7 years. Brian Albert got rid of the dog, shipped it to another state, only after it was made known in court.
Shipped it to another
The
state.
defense was alleging that the dog had been involved in
Yeah.
the attack on
Poor
John O'Keefe.
Chloe.
We showed photos of John O'Keefe's arm in a public hearing where it was clear to any unbiased observer that Mr. O'Keefe suffered those particular wounds
Mhm.
from a dog or animal attack.
Yep.
Brian Albert responds to that allegation by essentially divorcing his family from their beloved dog, whom they had had for 7 years and certainly considered to be a member of the family. In the aftermath of John O'Keefe's death, Brian Albert went so far as to send that family member to another state. That's enough evidence to point to Brian Albert as a potential third-party culprit in this case. It's evidence that he had the motive, intent, and opportunity to hurt John O'Keefe. Brian Higgins is another potential third-party culprit. Like Brian Albert, Brian Higgins was present at the scene of the crime. He was there at the relevant time in the house, again, unaccounted for, at the same time
Mhm.
John O'Keefe would have been there. Brian Albert
Guys, they had that lame story. This was so funny though in trial. I don't remember who it came out from, if it was Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, but well, maybe they both told it. The story about how when they were both missing for a period of time, right? No one knew where they were unaccounted for. And it was like, oh, we went to go take a look at what was it, like Brian Albert Jr.'s like pictures on the wall or some bullshit. Like it reminded me of like a family album, like when you've got like a new baby and it's like, oh, let's all just stand here and look at these pictures and pretend we care, and like super fucking awkward. It kind of, people should care. I'm saying in this case, right? The excuse that they gave was like, this makes no sense. It was one of those things where it's like, no one would care. Whatever the thing was, it was like super dumb. Do you guys remember that? And it was like, what the fuck is happening? Anyway.
to back up his friend. But it was Higgins himself who was the one who had been flirting with Ms. Reed in the weeks leading up to January 29th.
Flirting.
He testified that she kissed him goodbye after they had watched an NFL playoff game at a get-together not long before January 29th. He testified that she had visited
It's after
his
sports
apartment
ball.
after that, but he acknowledged that their text exchange and all contact between them ended, and Ms. Reed was the one to end the contact. She stopped responding to him.
She ghosted
She
him.
no longer gave him any attention. So we come to January 28th. Brian Higgins sees Ms. Reed in person, but she's not alone. She's instead with Mr. O'Keefe. Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe are affectionate with each other that night, and Higgins is there to see it, as is Brian Albert. There's evidence that Mr. Higgins wants Mr. O'Keefe to come to the Alberts' house that night. In fact, he appears fixated on making sure that Mr. O'Keefe went there. In the waterfall video, Your Honor, you will see that Higgins motions to Mr. O'Keefe when they're leaving. And Higgins even texts him directly after that to make sure he was coming. Then Higgins goes to
Are you sure that he was coming?
John O'Keefe goes inside. Higgins is there waiting for him with both the motive and now the opportunity to hurt John O'Keefe. Like Brian Albert, there's evidence of his consciousness of guilt as well. After a long day of driving and drinking, Higgins leaves Brian Albert's residence, does not go.
It's just crazy. It's crazy, right? After a long day of driving and drinking, of like what is happening?
home. Instead,
Things
he
you're not supposed to do.
in the early morning hours. He initially claims he went there to do administrative work.
Twiz.
He changed that testimony at trial to him going there to move
That
the
your new
vehicle. But
boyfriend.
he's always maintained, including in the first trial, that he never called anyone. We've learned since that trial that Higgins is at the station on video making a phone call. So I suppose the question is, why did he lie about that? The jury in this trial should be entitled to consider the answer to that question. And of course, the police never investigated who he was calling or what he said or who was calling him. Then he goes home and he still stays up. And at 2:22 in the morning, he's speaking by phone with Brian Albert. And he
I'm
claims
saying that it was-
he didn't, but the phone records don't lie. And this notion that these two men are somehow able to butt dial and butt answer each other is just ridiculous. And there's more conscious.
Hold on. Let's do that again. Oh God, Twiz. Oh, that's terrible. His date was set with Steven. He didn't even show up, so we're to fill in. Wow. Yeah, they're definitely not. They need to make sure that if they want to have a good date with you, right, you need to be their priority.
Still stays up.
So Rhett
And at
was
2:22 in
second.
the morning, he's speaking by
Voice.
phone with Brian Albert. And he claims that they didn't, but the phone records don't lie. And this notion that these two men are somehow able to butt dial and butt answer each other is just ridiculous. And there's more consciousness of guilt evidence with regard to Higgins.
It is
He realizes
ridiculous.
that investigators might be interested in the contents of his phone to see what evidence might be on it. He demonstrates consciousness of guilt by getting rid of his SIM card and the phone itself.
Oh
And
God.
how he got rid of it was extraordinary.
Hmm.
It demonstrates just how badly he wanted to keep that information out of the hands of investigators. He admitted to breaking the SIM card into and making a special trip to a military base to put this tiny object, the
Yep.
size of about a thumbnail, into a large dumpster.
Yep.
It wasn't enough to throw it in a waste paper basket or a trash bin outside the local Dunkin' Donuts. Instead, he went through security at a military base.
The
and
Dunkin'
secretly
Donuts.
tossed this tiny broken SIM card into a dumpster. He made sure that investigators would never know what's on his phone, and he admitted to that
Yeah.
at the first trial. And of course, the investigators in this case, including the lead investigator, former trooper Michael Proctor, never showed any interest.
The former is great.
Higgins nonetheless accomplished his goal of keeping the contents of the phone out of the hands of the defense in this case. That's powerful evidence of motive, intent, opportunity, and consciousness of guilt of Brian Higgins. As Mr. Breenan acknowledges, all doubt should be resolved in favor of the admission of third-party culprit evidence, linking him to the harm caused to John O'Keefe. And finally, Colin Albert is a potential suspect. He had been in a feud with John O'Keefe. He'd thrown beer cans in his bushes, told him to F off. We have a good faith basis to claim that. This is the same Colin Albert who testified under oath he had never been in a fight in his life, yet there are videos of him clearly desperate to beat up others. The same Colin Albert who had scraped up knuckles just a few weeks after. John
Yeah,
O'Keefe's
and
death.
that story about that knuckles was one of the highlights, I think, of the trial. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Knuckles look consistent with an attack on somebody. The photographs that Mr. Breenan references that were allegedly before that photo had no metadata. We can't confirm when those were taken. Mr. Breenan wants us to just accept the testimony that they were taken before the scraped up knuckles photo. We don't buy it. We don't think a jury will buy it. When John O'Keefe was found, he had two black eyes looking like he had been punched in the face. Colin Albert was at his uncle's house with both his uncle and Brian Higgins, disliking Mr. O'Keefe for a different reason, but disliking him nonetheless. And it's suspicious that Colin Albert's name was purposefully omitted out of the police reports. There was no indication in any police report provided to the defense in the first few months of this investigation that Colin Albert was anywhere close to 34 Fairview, his uncle's house, on January 29th. In fact, there's no indication in those police reports that Colin Albert even existed. Initially, we didn't even know who he was.
Yeah.
We found out when we sent a letter to Mr. Lally, while the case was still pending before a grand jury, notifying the Commonwealth that Colin Albert should be called as a witness before the grand jury. It was only after we sent that letter, notifying the prosecution
Crazy.
that we were onto Colin Albert, that testimony was elicited that Colin Albert was indeed at 34
Wow.
Fairview.
Wow.
The defense caused this to be revealed, not any investigator of this case. And there's obviously an inference that his name was kept out of the police reports to protect him. The same way Brian Albert is the only
Yeah.
person listed in the initial report.
That is interesting.
His first name is not even spelled out. He's just listed as B. Albert with an incorrect address.
That's hilarious.
There appeared to be a conscious effort of these investigators to hide third-party culprits from the defense. All of these men,
I hate it when
Brian
students
Higgins,
do that,
were
kids.
present at 34 Fairview the night that John O'Keefe was killed, and each had a motive, intent, and opportunity to cause him harm. Now, there are many cases, Your Honor, I know the court is aware of this, endorsing the admission of third-party culprit evidence. Almost all of them allowed in a third-party culprit defense, despite a lack of evidence that the third-party culprit in those cases was actually at the scene of the crime at the relevant time. The first case cited by the prosecution, Commonwealth versus Conkey, Middlesex County case, I remember it from the 90s. It was retried in the early 2000s. In that case, a person was murdered inside a home, just like this case. Unlike this case, however, the defense could not place the third-party culprit at the home when the murder was committed. He lived down the street, and that was enough. Here we have hard evidence, irrefutable evidence, that the three potential third-party culprits were present exactly when the murder was committed. And it's notable that the defense in Conkey, in that second retrial, after the first trial conviction was reversed, the defense was allowed by the trial judge to present a third-party culprit defense, and it wasn't controversial. But the conviction was nonetheless overturned, the second conviction, on appeal, because the trial judge didn't let the defense go far enough in presenting that defense. The SJC ruled that in addition to presenting evidence of motive, intent, and opportunity, the defense in that case should have been allowed to introduce past sexual assaults of the third-party culprit, including one that took place 7 years before the murder. It was reversible error, not to prevent.
And we did read about that in a previous filing, actually.
to permit a full third-party culprit defense, including prior bad acts of the third-party culprit. And I will ask the court to consider Commonwealth versus Finney, a case that I'm very well familiar. As I previously mentioned, I brought that motion for new trial. I argued before the Supreme Judicial Court, and I tried a retrial of that case, so I know it well. The SJC affirmed Judge Ball's allowance of the motion for new trial in that case, ruling that it was ineffective assistance of counsel that the attorney did not raise a third-party culprit defense. The case law makes clear, as Mr. Brennan again acknowledges, that this defense is a time-honored method of defending against a criminal charge. The defense should be given wide latitude to present relevant evidence that somebody else committed the crime.
Yep.
But the main issue in Finney was whether the defense could introduce hearsay to support an already admissible third-party culprit defense. It's sort of like Conkey, where it's just assumed, yes, of course you can present a third-party culprit defense. But in Conkey, can you introduce unrelated sexual assaults from 7 years before? The answer was yes. And in Finney, of course you can present a third-party culprit defense. But can you also introduce hearsay to support that defense? It's given.
Oh, the sidebars.
That third-party culprit defense was not brought the first time around. Mr. Brennan talks about, well, you can't do this if it prejudices the Commonwealth. That's crazy. Every single time you introduce a third-party culprit defense, you are prejudicing the Commonwealth by definition. You're not going along with their theory of the case. Mr. Brennan's agreed that we would deign to present this defense. And I would note, Judge, there's, I believe, a certain amount of gaslighting going on here in that on one side of his mouth, he talks about he wants Ms. Reed to have a fair trial. But we've spent weeks where he's just trying to knock out all our evidence, just limit everything. He's, I believe, acting more like a defense attorney than a prosecutor in that regard. But regardless, in terms of these cases, Mr. Brennan said that they all have third-party culprits who have relationships to the alleged victim and/or relationships to the scene of the crime. Finney did not. In Finney, my client was the next-door neighbor. My client signed a confession to the murder. The third-party culprit lived several houses away within the same city, but not close.
I love Mr. Yanetti. I love him.
There was no relationship other than he made statements about how the victim probably deserved what she got and she wasn't the goody two-shoes, but there was no, that she was made up to be. But there was no witness that put the two of them together in any way other than those hearsay statements. Nobody put him at the scene of the crime. The SJC ruled even hearsay should be admissible to support that third-party culprit defense. The defense in this case has more evidence of third-party culprits than the defense did in.
And just notice the difference in his argument versus Breenan, right? Breenan was just like, I'm Breenan, like literally just saying shit. Like that doesn't, that contradicted itself. That didn't make any sense. And this is just so, like, I just love Mr. Yanetti, but I think he's laying this out so well and so clearly. And anyway, he's awesome.
This court to allow
what a difference.
Hearsay, as was admissible in Finney, we're solely seeking to introduce the crux of a third-party culprit defense.
I don't think Breenan even said it in case law, but he usually doesn't.
All of which Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert had. That's the nuts and bolts of a third-party culprit defense. So that's the first issue, presenting evidence of a third-party culprit defense. The second issue is whether we can argue in closing that a third-party culprit is responsible for John O'Keefe's death. That's an issue I suggest that the court does not need to decide now in advance of trial. Closing arguments come at the very end of trial. At the charge conference, this court would be in a position and would be entitled to evaluate the evidence as it came in and to make a decision at that time prior to closing arguments as to what we can argue and what we can't. And while we believe the court has enough evidence now as a result of the first trial and as a result of our proffer and our submissions and oral argument today to rule that a third-party culprit defense is permissible, but this court at a minimum should not deny argument on that issue before evaluating the evidence as it comes in. And that brings us to the final third issue of Bowden defense. Bowden. Obviously, attacking the inadequacies of a police investigation is bedrock constitutional law. It's a bedrock constitutional right. In this regard, in one sense, the discussion about the third-party culprit evidence is somewhat academic as opposed to a practical one, because all of the evidence that points to Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and/or Colin Albert, all of it comes in to show the lack of investigation, the lack of curiosity that the police had. and the lack of
In
investigation.
other words, I know because some people have actually asked and they've gotten confused that vote-in is the same as third party. And I understand how people can get confused because there is in this case, there's an overlap, right? Like, that's not always the case. In fact, that's not usually the case, right? You can have a shitty investigation and then you can have a third party culprit and they could be completely, but here it's just the overlap because it's all law enforcement. So
That they did to rule any of them out. And it comes in to show the bias of the investigators of this case. Bias is also a constitutional right. They were perfectly willing to jump to conclusions about Ms. Reed, someone
basically my point being that in this particular case, they could go with either one of these alone or both together, right? Third party culprit, even if they weren't doing third party culprit, they could still do the vote-in, right? And vice versa, or they can do both. In this particular case, just because of what they have.
outside their law enforcement circle, on the wrong side of the blue wall.
Mature
They're
Georgia
very much
player.
unwilling to be curious about whether someone within their circle had the motive, opportunity, and means to hurt John O'Keefe. Former Trooper Proctor specifically told his friends he had no interest in investigating someone connecting with law enforcement. And in their internal affairs findings, his superiors noted that his apparent bias was one of the reasons he was fired. You can't have a stronger defense than that. So I would argue, Judge, that the Commonwealth's motion really comes down to what the defense will be able to argue in this case. Our position is we should be able to point the finger of guilt at those who might have done this, but at a minimum, given that the evidence will be coming into trial anyway on the Bowden issue, the court should reserve judgment on what we would be allowed to argue from now, weeks from now, when closing arguments are upon us. This evidence, in conclusion, in our view, must come in. This is a due process constitutional right of my client, and it has to be admitted for two reasons. Number one, it's a time-honored method of defending against a criminal charge by pointing out somebody else could have done this. And number two, it's a time-honored method of defending against the criminal charge by pointing out that police investigators failed to do their jobs correctly. We have a stronger third-party culprit evidence situation here than existed in either Conkey or Finney, and we assert it would be reversible error for this court to exclude this evidence. Unless the court has further questions, I would rest on my memorandum.
Here comes Breenan, round 2.
I'm going to choose to focus on case law
And just to reiterate,
and the facts that
we're still on. This is still the first motion that was heard. This is still this is the first thing they started arguing about. This is the first motion that they heard argument on at this hearing. They started out with this third party culprit. So, of course, the Commonwealth went first with their objection. Then we had Mr. Yanetti. So now this is his rebuttal argument. I used to put a banner on the bottom, but some of you guys seemed to find it distracting which is totally fine. There were different issues with the banner. Some people weren't even looking at. So anyway, that's why I'm just saying it out loud for that purpose. We are now on to Breenan, the Commonwealth's rebuttal argument here. So.
by the defense. We see in their motion there's a grand claim that there's extraordinary evidence.
A grand claim,
John
really?
went into 34 Fairview that night.
Oh,
that
God.
is critical because there is no basis to accuse somebody of murdering another person if they don't have the opportunity. In other cases, a third-party culprit is not necessarily found at the scene, even in Finney. It's more than just a couple derogatory words in Finney, as counsel knows. There was a neighbor who had an axe or a club. He was seen with blood, went home, washed his clothes, wholly irregular. And because of this irregularity and the timing, he was then asked by his then wife about the victim, and he made a number of derogatory comments about her, showing ill will, evidencing, tangentially, motive. And so no, a third party does not necessarily have to be at the scene at the time the police investigate, but they have to be with the deceased if they caused the death. It's obvious. And so we didn't hear any extraordinary evidence, none. We didn't hear kind of good evidence. We didn't hear any evidence. We just have the bald assumption that the data forensic evidence will show that he was in the house. It didn't. It doesn't. They don't have a proffer. So there is no opportunity.
Oh, that's
John
funny.
O'Keefe,
Yes.
all the evidence
Yes.
was
Yes.
from an alleged collision. The defense's effort to tell a story. Take a couple of facts. Someone's a boxer, they drank alcohol, and convert it into a story. is how they will try to portray these unsubstantiated facts at trial. They'll tell a story. It will divert the jury's attention. So they're not entitled to it. They're not entitled to it.
Mr. Lussey was here and said he loved it.
The limitations. Silva Santiago was very clear about the limitations. This latitude is not.
Unless do you mean the quick part? That came from something he said in one of the hearings.
Each of these limitations recognizes the admission of feeble third-party culprit evidence poses a risk of unfair prejudice to the Commonwealth. I'm not whining. The Commonwealth should not be unfairly prejudiced. The people of the Commonwealth should not be unfairly prejudiced because it is inevitably, it diverts jurors' attention away from the defendant on trial and onto the third party. Essentially, it requires the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the third-party culprit did not commit the crime. If there was evidence of third-party culprit, the defendant should be entitled to use it. In this case, there is not. There is no motive. There is no motive. To suggest that one person was pining, although the text messages don't show that, they both stopped corresponding with each other days before. To suggest that Mr. Albert is friends with Mr. Higgins and therefore he is bootstrapped into a conspiracy to kill with no evidence. Certainly the defense can infer certain facts like getting rid of the SIM card in a way they want, and I don't begrudge that at all. There's different interpretations of it. I understand that. This was heavily considered in the federal investigation. And after that absolute thorough investigation, there were no charges. There was no evidence of third-party culprit. There were no indictments. And so, although we don't know the parameters of the federal investigation and we can only guess as to some of it, we know from what we did receive in review, it was thorough. And if there was third-party culprit evidence, we would expect that there would be a basis for it. It's not an entitlement to simply bring it in under Bowden. I don't defend that there was commentary and the officer's phone that was inappropriate. But that doesn't automatically create a situation where there is evidence that the police officers knew that there was somebody that should have been investigated. In fact, when Mr. Albert came down the stairs, the testimony is the police officer was already inside his home. There's no evidence Mr. O'Keefe, first responders, was still outside that aid could have been rendered. That is just, it's not even speculative, it's just piecing together different facts and telling a story. So inevitably, while I recognize the case law, there are plenty of cases that talk about third-party culprit should not be admitted if inappropriate. Commonwealth v. Stedman. In that case, a person, not the defendant, was in a fight with a person at a campsite. And then later, the defendant supposedly went back to the campsite, a friend of this person, Royal, and used a knife to stab and kill him. And the defense wanted to introduce prior convictions about the fact that this supposed third-party culprit had attacked people at other homeless sites. Pretty close relationship. A person having a history of attacking people at homeless tent sites. And the court, looking at 403, did not allow it as third-party culprit. They said that the admission would be feeble, pose a risk of unfair prejudice. In that case, there was third-party culprit admitted pursuant to Bowden in a very different way. Commonwealth versus Moore. The court would not admit layered hearsay showing different identifications that were relayed by the police from third parties regarding a culprit. They said that the hearsay was uncertain, the source is unreliable, and it was inadmissible as third-party culprit. So it is not an entitlement to be third-party culprit. Commonwealth versus Buckman, 461 Mass. 2011. The defendant was charged with murdering his wife. When they received a report from one of the defendant's friends, the defendant was softly tied to a pole that looked like he had been kidnapped. Inevitably, the police determined that he had help or tied himself as a ruse. And this person, the helper, his friend, had connections to gambling, was there. And when the police couldn't find the body, he knew exactly where the body was. That case is far stronger than many. And in that case, no motive, no intent, and they did not let a third-party culprit defense go forward. Facts suggesting that one side believes a person's telling the truth or not is not facts of third-party culprit. It's just not here in this case. And again, I iterate my position on denying the defense to cross-examine witnesses about these generalizations and these character attacks. I think it will mislead the jury, and it will become a total diversion for the jury. And I don't think the basis is anywhere close. It's feeble.
Oh my God, it's feeble. He said feeble 3 times, at least.
Speaking about the federal investigation, when you were not a part of it, and talking
Right.
about
This is a
why
great point.
a federal grand
Great
jury
point.
was convened, what they were investigating, what they found or didn't found is complete speculation. Should not be a part of this argument. We don't know it didn't prove anything. It's not as though they came up with a statement exonerating anyone. So that should not be considered by the court. With regard to the two cases that Mr. Brennan cited, you'll note that in one, he talked about the exclusion of hearsay evidence. There's a different standard when you want to introduce hearsay evidence as part of a third-party culprit defense. There need to be substantial connecting links to the crime itself. The court ruled in that case there weren't. In Finney, there were. And with regard to the other case, well, I'm sorry, that's with regard to hearsay. With regard to the other case, that was the exclusion of past assaults to show that somebody was violent. Again, Commonwealth v. Conkey is a case where they said, well, that should be, in addition to a normal or a regular third-party culprit defense, you should also be entitled to that evidence.
Agreed.
That's very instructive. The other two things I just wanted to point out, because I did not mention them, Your Honor, is that Brian Albert also disclosed of his phone.
I freaking love him.
And we'll never know what was on that. That's further evidence of consciousness of guilt.
That's true.
And then an important point is that the plow driver, Mr. Loughran, went by the house at 3:30 in the morning and saw a Ford Edge parked in the very area
The Ford
where
Edge.
O'Keefe's body was found. And we know from the evidence that the Alberts, both Brian Albert and Colin Albert, owned a Ford Edge. So that is unless the court has any questions, I would definitely.
Yeah, that was a detail that was easy to forget about with everything.
So let's go on to paper 620.
Ford Edge.
Motion for production of records regarding.
Okay, so this is regarding the freaking documentary.
Unsolved Productions.
And we have some more Breenan. Can't get enough of him, right, guys? It is a very strange detail, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth filed a Rule 17 motion for records from Unsolved Productions. It has been discussed briefly in court at times during argument. There was a football documentary that was aired in the five-part
So-called
series.
documentary. Okay.
It gave a inside, behind-the-scenes look of the defense team and Ms. Reed as it prepared for the last trial. This five-part docuseries produces a number of statements from the defendant, many of them extraordinarily relevant, some of them from the Commonwealth's perspective extraordinarily incriminating, and many of them inconsistent with statements made publicly in the past.
Not yet, Thunder. Not yet.
We served the local service.
Not yet. The privilege is a different one. I think that's after this because we went over those two filings, by the way. So there were two filings. There was the one for the they want all the video footage that was edited out and whatnot, right? That's what they're talking about now. Then there's the other motion is the one that's specific about wanting the communications, like text communications between Yanetti and Karen.
In Boston, a local agent. The record holder is the producer of the series, and they have been notified. If the court allows this motion, I expect they will provide the information to us by the end of the week. I understand there is probably over 200 hours of recorded interviews, and we expect to use a number of those statements at trial. They are statements of the defendant. They're admissible substantively, they're admissible as admissions, and they're admissible to show contradiction with other statements. And so they are material and relevant. I understand the time frame. We haven't had the privilege of seeing them. The defense was there for a part or most of it, but we will use the time we can to sift through it. We're not looking for a continuance or additional time to look at the materials. We'll look at them as we prepare for trial. And so I'm asking you to grant this. It clearly makes the Rule 17 standard material relevant. We don't have access to these before trial. We won't be able to prepare for them if we get them pursuant to a trial subpoena. They've been properly subpoenaed and they are forthcoming with a court order.
There's no one here from Unsolved Productions.
Right. And this is one of the things that I said, right? Because this could become a complete mess because there's going to be people involved from them, right? Just like we saw with the Gretchen Boss and all that business, so.
We're aware of the communications back and forth between Commonwealth and the production company. So we've not been privy to that. This is the first hearing of any communications that they've had with the production company. I think obviously in an abundance of caution, they should be given an opportunity to oppose if they wish. Nothing officially has been filed one way or the other. So we're not in a position to argue on their behalf for sure.
All right. So we have two things left to discuss. I want to talk about jury impoundment. We also have one more motion regarding Mr. Yanetti's Mr. Yanetti, it's 12:10. Which one do you want to go forward on first? Do you want to talk about the impanelment, or do you want this motion?
I'm not going to leave with this.
I understand, but do you have a preference what's done before lunch? All right, so let's do that motion. Carlos motion to compel communications between.
All right, text messages, guys. Here we go. Here comes Breenan again. Oh my God. Dude, I'm so over it with him. Look at the way he walks, though. He walks like he's a robot or some, I don't even know. He's like a stick up his butt. You know what I mean? Watch this. Watch his walk. Here I come. I'm Breenan. Here I come. Oh, hold on. I'm going to narrate it. Hold on. Here I come. Here I come. I'm Breenan. Here I come with my notebook.
Your Honor, so I'm clear, the Commonwealth is
Oh.
receiving all communications between Ms. Reed and Mr. Yanetti. We're only requesting the communications that may be on any type of records in possession of the
Turtle Boy's
Commonwealth.
face for a sec there.
And specifically, there are phone records which have been redacted, and I do not know what is underneath those redactions. And we believe we have an entitlement to the information in the narrow area where Ms. Reed has waived her attorney-client privilege. Specifically, where the defendant intentionally divulged.
Yeah, I actually asked this question earlier, Kits, before you were here. I believe so, because this the sound on this is shitty, as everyone knows. So I have it set to automatically adjust. This is the way I always have it. But I said at the beginning of the stream, I said, but because I know that this sound is quiet, so that maybe the automatically adjust won't work, and I need to manually do it. And so thank you for letting me know. So I will manually do it, so that way you guys can turn it up. And no one had said anything yet, so I appreciate that you said that. So is that, let's see if this is better. I can turn it down more. So let me know.
The content of her communications with Attorney Yanetti about liability and potentially striking John O'Keefe with her car. Those subject areas in that narrow time.
Is that better
frame
for me, my
are no
voice?
longer privileged because they're now public. The Commonwealth has identified a very narrow window, and that's a 3-day period. And that is what is mentioned
What?
by Ms. Reed in her public statements, that she spoke to Mr. Yanetti and she thought about it for 3 days. We're not looking for any information beyond what has been waived. We're not looking for any information on collateral issues. And that's why we suggest that the court look at those records in camera, and the court makes the assessment whether or not the area where Ms. Reed waived her attorney-client privilege, whether any of those materials would similarly be waived because they are exactly related. This is made in good faith. Anything that is non-privileged is open to the public. It's not confidential. There are 2 communications that Ms. Reed made publicly that we assert waived the attorney-client privilege as it relates to that issue. Ms. Reed had an interview with Gretchen Voss on June 20th, 2023, and the transcript is page 105, line 23. She was asked the question by Ms. Voss, "You never said, did I hit him? I hit him." And the answer by Ms. Reed was, "I said, did I hit him? Question mark. And then, when I talked to David, now this is later, David said, "Karen, if you incapacitated him in any way, there's culpability there." And I thought, all right, maybe this is maybe I said to my mother, just to go forward for a second, they were asking me, what was it like? Did they come out? What was the house like? Similarly, in the documentary series, Ms. Reed is video and audio taped, and it was presented on television, that she said, "And then when I hired David Yanetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th, like, David, what if I ran his foot over, or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out?" And David said, "Yeah, and then you have some element of culpability." So that's how I thought about it for about 3 days. And so that is where I get the time period regarding these relevant statements, admissions by the defendant about her state of mind and her interaction with John O'Keefe in her vehicle. These statements were made during conversations that are obviously no longer protected or private or privileged. They're no longer confidential because they've been intentionally disseminated to the public. And so the defendant has voluntarily waived that privilege as to these communications in this subject area in that time period. And the key, Your Honor, is that it is the defendant herself who made the communications confidential. Even if it was inadvertent or overheard, it would still waive the privilege. This is entirely different. There can be no doubt that there was an intention to pierce that attorney-client privilege for whatever benefit the defense thought it gained them. This was intentional.
Hi,
It wasn't secretive. It wasn't overheard.
Karen
It
Reed,
was
this hearing's from
exacting
today.
and purposeful engagement. So we ask you to review the cell phone extraction, any text or emails that may be on those extractions, and relative to that short window, relative to this specific area, anything that is waived that is no longer confidential, we believe we're entitled to. It obviously would be relevant if it's narrowly related to these statements, and we would use that at trial.
Here comes Mr. Alessi. Here he comes to save the day.
I am, Your Honor.
Get it, sir. All right, here he comes. That's what she said. That trometer is on the way. Yes,
May
yes.
it please the court. The Commonwealth concedes throughout its motion, as it must, that the communications it seeks to intrude into are privileged communications between Ms. Reed and her attorney, Mr. Yanetti. 2 of the 3 instances of the communication they cite to are over 9 months old, and that's in 5 months old respectively. So you have 9 months ago, the Gretchen Voss statements, and 5 months ago, the Vanity Fair statements. But they waited until less than 2 weeks before the start of the trial to bring this momentous and potentially far-reaching and consequential motion. Why? The courts are clear that they take an extraordinarily dim view of parties waiting until moments before trial to raise significant issues like privileged communications this close to trial. The Commonwealth does not explain their delay in raising this issue this close to trial. With regard to the 3rd communication, the HBO Max one, it regards the same event that is discussed in the first 2. There is no addition of an event in the 3rd one. So that 3rd discussion, the docuseries, regards the same events that have been extant in the first 2 that have been extant for 9 months.
So when we covered these documents, again, the 2 filings related to the documentary footage and then the text message communications, some of you guys were here when we covered that. And what I pointed out was yes, her statements that she's made, right? Totally admissible. They can be used. Totally. She was aware. However, that to me is a very different thing than actually getting the text messages that she's referencing, because she's not reading a text message verbatim, right? She's referencing them, and I'm sure they're not exactly verbatim, for example, right? And so to me, it's a completely different thing of actually getting attorney-client privilege text messages, which is what the Commonwealth is asking for. So anyway, but Judge Bev definitely surprised a lot of people, including myself, big time here on this one, as we will see.
The depth of this attempted intrusion by the Commonwealth should disturb and unsettle every citizen of this Commonwealth, because they're either actual or potential clients of lawyers, and it should unsettle every criminal defense attorney in this Commonwealth, and I would dare to say it probably does. As we know, texts, emails, and written communications, exactly what the Commonwealth is seeking here, between an attorney and their client, are canonical examples of privileged material. So what is at stake in this motion? What is at stake is the sacrosanct attorney-client privilege. In Upjohn versus United States, the really bedrock attorney-client case from the U.S. Supreme Court, it established that dating at least from the age of Shakespeare, the attorney-client privilege is the oldest of privilege for confidential communications known to the common law. And this Commonwealth has identified that it is one of the most important, and it's been recognized in the Commonwealth as early as 1831. And in the context of criminal circumstances, the privilege has constitutional dimensions, as well as it affects the interests of justice analysis that is documented in the Commonwealth v. Golden case 395 Mass at 502. And it bears underscoring the basis and the depth of the intrusion is a quote from the very case, and the only case that the Commonwealth cites in its motion. It cites one case in its motion for all of its propositions, just one. Matter of a John Doe grand jury investigation, 408 Mass 480. In the case at 485 states, as we have indicated, extraordinarily high value must be placed on the right of every citizen to obtain the thoughtful advice of a fully informed attorney concerning legal matters. A rule that would permit or require an attorney to disclose information given to him or her by a client in confidence, even though such disclosure might be limited to the period after the client's
Max
death,
Hardness,
would in many
Twiz.
instances
Max
fear so deter the
Hardness.
client from telling all as to seriously impair the attorney's ability to function effectively. We think that the potential is inconsistent with the traditional value our society has assigned. Here's a key point. In the interests of justice, and that's the rooting of the interest of justice analysis, to the right to counsel and to an effective attorney-client relationship. Therefore, except where mandated by constitutional
Twiz, you beat me.
considerations, and it cites the Commonwealth v. Goldman, Super 395 Mass at 502, which are not a factor in this case, nor are they a factor in our, not a factor in that case, we conclude that the attorney-client privilege should not yield either before or after the client's death to society's interest as legitimate as we recognize that interest in obtaining every man's evidence. So the case the Commonwealth cites supports the protection of the attorney-client privilege. With that law jurisprudential predicate in mind, I now turn to the statements at issue here and their import to that analysis.
You know what, Mr. Leslie, I'm going to stop you.
So I'm curious. So what, Fender, what are you referencing surprised you here? So here's the part, the moment that we were all surprised. Those of us who saw this.
I understand the Commonwealth's argument regarding waiver. I understand that the request is now tabled. I'm not going to give you this information, Mr. Brennan. I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have so many motions tonight.
It is a rare occasion. You know, there was one other time where I actually did something that wasn't terrible, but I can't remember what that was. Oh, the ruling from the bench. That's the other thing. That's the other thing that's odd. Yep. You know, it's so funny because she never does that, right? As y'all know. But the previous hearing, it was weird because she did rule from the bench, but it was like always in things that were shutting down the defense, right? So, but this is ruling from the bench, denying something for the Commonwealth. So that is crazy, right? Yes, definitely smart. She doesn't need to hear it. Right. Correct. Yeah. Yep.
So we need to talk about impanelment. The parties need 5 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, so we will get past their break. Got the OnlyFans.
Supplemental questionnaire, they're very similar. So I have a question. So the Commonwealth on your number 5 on the first page. I don't like the 2 questions in a row, 4 and 5. I don't think we need 5. Is that okay with you, Mr. Brennan? I don't think we need both.
Needs to be done.
So that's out. So I'll go through, actually, I'd like to go through the first page of each. The first page of the defendants, number 13. Do you believe law enforcement officers are generally fair and accurate in their investigations? Who's arguing this for the defense?
I can argue it.
All right, so I don't have a problem with that, but it makes sense that we put it after 8. Those series of questions.
No objection to that.
All right, any objection to question number 13 and putting it at 9, Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any objection to moving it after 9. I think it's a bit one-sided, it leans towards, one-sided, but I don't have a strong objection to it.
We can balance it if you want to suggest some language.
If there's an invitation to balance, I'll need a moment.
All right, so you can suggest something
Okay.
at some point. All right, so now moving on to the second page. The Commonwealth number 17 seems appropriate to me, but if you were working for the same document, it's not in the defense when it was removed, I guess. Is there anything about
You guys are
factual
funny.
construction testimony
You guys are funny.
that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? I don't have a problem with that question. Does the
Okay,
defense?
so what's interesting is remember we read through this and remember how many issues we had that we found? We were like, we take issue with this. And don't worry, I'm still going to compile the alternate jury question thing that you guys did because you guys were so funny. I'm going to do that. But do y'all like, we had so many issues with this. I wish we could hear her better, but yeah, so we're going to see what they say.
For the same document, it's not in the defense when it was removed, I guess. Is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? I don't have a problem with that question. Does the defense?
We didn't have a real objection to it, just wasn't a particularly useful question. We thought at the last trial, everyone said no, so in furtherance of trying to have additional space for more helpful questions, we just decided to exclude it.
All right, I think we'll keep it. There's one I do want to get rid of, the cross problems last time, but we'll talk about that. All right, so thank you. So, question number 23 on the defense. Does the Commonwealth object to that question? I think it needs to be tweaked at the least.
We do.
All right, so what's the objection?
I think the question, the way it's written, invites a juror to potentially not follow the judge's instruction. So I understand the attempt, the idea of it, the German, but the way it's written, it invites, I think, a juror to usurp what their role is.
And what do you say, Ms. Little?
I think if we just tweak the language a bit, I mean, we're happy to hear some proposals from the DA as to sort of the particular issue they have with this question, but I do think the question about the judge's instruction regarding, you're entitled to your own independent individual verdicts.
So they're always told that their verdict must be their own. So there's language in there's probably language in my preliminary instructions, there's language in the charge, certainly. So if it mirrors that language, I don't have a problem with it. Otherwise, I might. So
We can mirror the
talk to each other
the
about that.
charge.
All right, so,
We would agree to that as well.
okay, thank you. Number 25 in defendants. If you had to vote today on whether Ms. Reed is guilty or not guilty of the crime charge, what would your vote be? I tell them throughout the trial, they're not to speculate, they're not to make up their minds until all the evidence is in. I'm not going to even suggest that this is appropriate. So I'm not going to do that. There are enough questions on reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, and defendant not testifying. So that's out. So
I couldn't quite hear. Hold on. Which one is she taking?
Do or do not want to serve on this jury? I don't think. Okay, thank you. Number 25 in defendants. If you had to vote today on whether Ms. Reed is guilty or not guilty of the crime charge, what would your vote be? I tell them throughout the trial, they're not to speculate, they're not to make up their minds until all the evidence is in. I'm not going to.
Oh.
So,
You know what's interesting? That was one of the questions I had a problem with because I said that the answer should be not guilty. But that doesn't, to that end, it doesn't surprise me that she's taking that out. Their answer should be not guilty because she's presumed innocent until proven guilty.
There are enough questions on reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, and defendant not testifying. So that's out. So the question also, is there any reason why you do or do not want to serve on this jury? I don't think we should invite them to decide whether they want to serve this jury or not.
I agree with that.
We did give this last time. I don't know what the responses were. Does anybody have any information on that for me?
I think most of them were no. I think 27 kind of hits the same sort of, if
Right,
you have
if that-
general concerns about the case, so I don't have strong objections.
If that's what we're getting at, we've got it in 27. So I'm inclined not to put it on there. Again, I can hear from you beforehand, probably in writing, I don't want to read that.
May I alert the court's attention, there's two on the first page that were slightly worded differently in the Commonwealth proposed questionnaire and the defendant's
Okay, which
proposed
numbers?
questionnaire. If the court looks at number 4 on the defendant's questionnaire, we had kind of combined the Commonwealth's proposed questions 4 and 5.
Yeah.
So it's one question.
So that's, and I just got rid of Commonwealth 5.
Perfect.
So this one's.
That was where they were
Use-
redundant. Remember those ones?
use that.
Okay, and then number 7 that was proposed by the defense, that is the similar question as number 8 in the Commonwealth's proposed questionnaire.
Yes,
It's just a different language.
I thought it was the same.
So we changed to say, we tend to believe, or this is law enforcement officers, firefighters or first responders more than a civilian witness simply because of their occupation, as opposed to automatically believe.
So we typically ask you automatically, what's the Commonwealth's position on this?
I have a strong preference on the third court.
All right, so I will think about that, Ms. Hamel.
Thank you.
All right, so the question that I don't like, and you may remember, causes a lot of jurors to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. 21 on the Commonwealth, 20 on the defense. So you may find the defendant guilty based on circumstantial evidence, but you cannot find the defendant guilty based on speculation, guesswork, or surmise. Is it difficult for you to understand the difference between circumstantial evidence, speculation, guesswork?
That's so funny because I also had a problem with this question.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
It's your number 20. We're not going to read it here. It caused a lot of trouble before. I think in every single one, I had to repeat myself with the instruction that I gave in anticipation of this. I gave them a pre-charge on circumstantial evidence and not being able.
Yes, just the way that it's phrased in the Commonwealth's questionnaire, it makes it seem that the Commonwealth doesn't have to meet their burden of proof.
I think it should be omitted completely.
I have no issue with that, it's just the way that it's
Does the
phrased in the
Commonwealth-
Commonwealth's questionnaire.
It's too confusing in my mind.
Yeah, I think it should be omitted too.
Remember, it's a and then ignored in Limine, virtually every single term.
We have no problem with
All
that.
right, so that will be omitted. Right, so that's that. Ms. McLaughlin, I think you said, and I think I cut you off the other day, the third page was right from Chisholm. I reread Chisholm on 95 pages of it the other day, and I didn't see it. Where does this third page come from? The listed one.
The questions come from Chisholm that were asked in the juror questionnaire. The other, some of the other pieces, questions were part of the juror questionnaire in the prior trial that just moved over to this page. So this page dealt with the questionnaire exclusively of probability.
Okay. All right. I think that we all know many, if not most, perhaps all potential jurors have heard about this case. Giving them the opportunity to write the details that they recall down may take an awful lot of time and space that we don't have on this form, and frankly, I don't think we have. So, what are your positions on, what's your position on 3?
Your name, I just hand up the excerpt for the Chisholm piece. I don't mind.
All right, I'm not sure 2 lines are enough space for it.
Pat, are you playing hide and seek? What are you talking about?
All right, I guess we'll see what we can do. I didn't realize it came directly, same language. Okay, looks like we're giving this third page of the questionnaire. Yes, Mr.
Your Honor, I want to bring the court's attention to something about, the court and counsel just discussed question number 7. Can I ask the court to direct its attention to
All right,
question,
which page?
Sorry,
Third
on
page or previous page?
the defendant's questionnaire on the first page? That was the question that the court's going to consider whether to use the word automatic or tend to.
Yeah.
All right, the court and counsel.
Questionnaire. Yes, Mr.
Heather, it looks to be some sort of plants, tropical plants, maybe? What do you guys think?
Your Honor, I want to bring the court's attention to something about, the court and counsel just discussed question number 7. Can I ask the court to direct its attention to
All right,
question,
which page?
Sorry,
Third
on
page or previous page?
the defendant's questionnaire on the first page? That was the question that the court's going to consider whether to use the word automatic or tend to.
Yeah.
I believe that should be broken into 2 questions. It doesn't tell us anything. For instance, the way it's written in the disjunctive, would you tend to believe or disbelieve law enforcement officers, firefighters, first responders, more than civilian witnesses, just simply because of their occupation? If someone says yes, we don't know if that's believe or tend to disbelieve. So I think if we just break it into 2 questions and now we've got the space to do it, that would be more instructive.
Why does it matter if it's automatic?
I'm not worried about the automatic part. It's the believe or disbelieve. That's the part that doesn't help us.
Right, so if it's automatic, simply because of a person's occupation, this juror would automatically either believe or automatically disbelieve. How does it make that person a juror? Why do you need it?
Because that tells us, it would instruct me at least, it would enlighten me on how to further question that juror. If someone says, well, I automatically disbelieve police officers, or I automatically believe police officers, those are 2 very different mindsets.
So I understand that. I'll consider it. I think we keep it as 1, and then if they say yes, we acquire it. Maybe. Let me see.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so it looks like we have the third page as well. I think I have the statutory questions that I would ask of the diary. we take that question that Mr. Jackson just talked about, I can ask each individual juror, if I use the tend language, if the testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more than any other witness simply because he or she is a police officer? And then conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because he or she is a police officer? I typically do that at sidebar in every case, and ask exactly like that. So it makes no sense to me that we do it that way rather than a questionnaire, but if you want it on the questionnaire, it's the answers. So what's your thoughts on that?
That would be the best preference.
Do you care, Mr. Brennan?
We prefer a questionnaire.
All right, so I'll think about it, I'll do it one way or the other, and you'll know next week. So one of the things that I was considering doing, so we have a lot of jurors coming in next week. On Tuesday, 218 jurors have been summoned, is my understanding. We will get some portion of that, we will get some fraction of that maybe, just on how it goes with whether people are here and available to testify on that date. I mean, to serve jurors. So say we get like 150 or 175 jurors. I have my remarks to sort of just directly do what their job is, as you remember, and then I leave when I give them the questionnaires. My guess is for the jurors to fill out this questionnaire, have the questionnaires collected and copied, might take an hour and a half or 2 hours if we have a really large number of people. What I intend to do, at least on Tuesday, is have all the jurors fill out the questionnaire, however long it takes. And depending on how many jurors we have and what time it is, maybe take 50 of the last jurors or so, send them home and have them come back the next day at 11 o'clock. If we've got fantastic court security here, hopefully we've got a courtroom to keep people in. There are a lot of things we have to juggle to get this done, and I don't want to waste jurors' time. So I would send them home, have them come back the next day at like 11, so that then the next day's jurors at 11 o'clock can send that hour and a half, 2 hour process, filling out the forms, having a copy given to counsel, and we can continue on with those jurors. So it's something we can decide on Tuesday when we see how many people are here, how many jurors we get, how many jurors the district court needs. But is that a process that you would be willing to do? Mr. Brennan?
Of course, no objection.
All right, so we'll try and figure out something that way to get things moving that way. All right, the list of witnesses, you both have a list of witnesses. I told you you needed to combine them so that I can read that to the jury and the statement of the case to the jury. Do you have that yet?
We are not combining them.
All right, so I need you to look at that, and a statement of the case to read to the jurors. It's all part of the final trial conference, so I should have had it last week. So I need that by Thursday. Is there anything else we need to discuss today?
There's still a few outstanding issues. One is Parker. And
Where do you
so,
stand with discovery on that?
I received some 2 letters last night. It is not the information I was seeking from my motion that was allowed by the court. And so I have great concerns about waiting for the day before the testimony to pursue the other discovery that I'm entitled to.
Grave concern again.
Your Honor, I do not know what Mr. Brennan is referring to with regard to what he's looking for and great concerns. The hyperbole is unnecessary.
So there was a motion allowed, so that should be able to, there was a motion for the discovery allowed, a while back.
It
So that
was.
should narrow,
Right.
right?
Pardon me.
That should narrow things.
It does, and we have not, I attempted to confer this morning with Mr. Brennan, and my recommendation to the court would be for us to confer further, because I just don't understand what he thinks is out there, but we haven't conferred fully either.
Okay, all right, so do that, we can address this next week. Think about, we have plenty of time to sort of tie up loose ends during the impoundment process, because it takes a very long time to do it.
Understood. And I expect we'll file a response to a proposed expert. We received a report last night. And we see it until later.
Official, let us know what you made for dinner.
And Your Honor, if I could please one more item when it's appropriate for Your Honor.
That's okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We did receive the, Your Honor may recall the argument over Dr. Welter in Your Honor's direction request, and then the assent of the Commonwealth that they would redo what they had provided, that 140 slide presentation. We did receive that, but we received a lot of other material in addition to that, huge megabytes. I haven't even been able to open it up. It takes so long to open it up. I respectfully request that we, Your Honor, grant us please 2 more days than what we had to take a look at that, because it just taken an extraordinary amount of time.
Makes sense, Mr. Brennan?
I can be clear, there's no new information. what Mr. Welch did is that all the information he basically gave his opinions on was in the gigabytes we provided to the defense, but he wanted to make it as seamless as possible, so they'll practically hold their hand through it. He put each site under each slide so they can find it from the file folders exactly where it is. So it's instructive and helpful, but it's not new.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't disagree with Mr. Brennan's characterization. However, it is still 140 slides or so. I was expecting a rather substantial narrowing. So what we have to do is we have to go, and unfortunately, I think Your Honor is going to hear similar points that we made, but it's going to take more time because I had the expectation, maybe unreasonably so, that it would be a narrowed slide presentation. So I'd appreciate the 2 extra days.
All right, so when does that put us at? What was the time frame originally?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't have the specific date handy right now.
The time frame as far as the response.
Yes.
Well, we were supposed to exchange discovery yesterday. And so I had that presentation sent over last night, sent over the 2 letters, and I received the third party experts report.
If I could, Your Honor, I maybe Attorney Brennan misunderstood the question. He is correct that he provided us with the presentation last night, but the question, I believe, Your Honor, was when was our time? Because Your Honor had given us time to respond. And I apologize, I don't have that date, but what I'm just asking for is 2 more days beyond it.
I don't think I needed to.
Yeah. Okay.
So you were 2 days to respond to that?
No, I don't think they narrowed it.
Days from today?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So there are a few matters outstanding. I will have the decision on the motion to dismiss. Should by the end of the day,
Excellent.
be resolved,
Shipping happened.
Probably by the end of the day. And I'll get everything else done as quickly as possible. All right. Anything else?
The only other thing is the logistical issue as it pertains to both the voir dire process as well as during the trial. I wanted to ask the court if there was a mechanism by which Ms. Reed could have at counsel table some sort of earpiece or headphones or something that's slaved to a microphone up at the bench at sidebar so that she can listen in on both. It's very, I want to avoid that if possible. It's clunky. Especially during the voir dire process. I think it would be uncomfortable. Quite frankly, I think it would be a little inappropriate to have jurors with Ms. Reed standing right there with them and with us. It makes sense all the time.
It may be something you're choosing not to, but she has every right to be there at sidebar. So you say you don't want that, you want some accommodation. I don't know if we can do it. I'll think about it.
We could.
Oh, we can see the, oh wait, Kleenex. Okay. I do think it's birds, potentially. Potentially birds, potentially plants.
I don't know if we can do it. I'll think about it.
We could.
I'm fine with the scruff.
One of the things.
It was right after you left to go make dinner official. I think it was Heather specifically, but us collectively shipped you guys together because Twiz was talking about his date with Rhett didn't go so well, and so that's where this came in.
Things that we were talking about is
That's
potentially a closed circuit wireless microphone up at the bench and a set of headphones here.
Same. I agree with that.
I'd like to have had before today. I'm going to be moving around courtrooms. It may not be able to happen.
Okay.
All right. So the alternative is she can come to sidebar for any sidebar discussion, impanelment, whatever. It's her absolute right. If she chooses not to do so, I'm going to need you to tell me that.
I'll put something in writing and perhaps I've got a plan in the back of my head. I'll put it in writing. And
We have a lot of different equipment that we need to make sure has priority. It's in the
Understood.
courthouse, so I'm not very hopeful that we can accomplish this in the next few days.
Okay, well, thank you for entertaining.
All right. One thing, when we get the juror questionnaires, the supplemental juror questionnaires that we talked about, and I need you both know what our decision is here, other than the 10-2 versus automatic. Let's go with 10-2. And I can either do that at sidebar or in the phone. What I'd like you to consider, and lawyers have done this in other cases that I've had, is if there are answers that are clearly what you believe would both sides agree jurors excused for cause. In an effort to be able to go through this vast amount of jurors that the jury commissioner's office was kind enough to summons in for us, if things stand out to you, it would be ideal if you could agree that jurors number 8, 12, and 16, both sides agree should be excused for cause based on the supplemental questionnaires. It would be very helpful if we could do that. And maybe keep a running sheet that would be.
Are they going to agree? Probably not.
It may happen when you look through the questionnaires.
We know you like it when they stand. Cat.
to just call 5 people, the court officers call them and tell them not to come in based on the questionnaire. So please think about that. It makes sense to me. It was very helpful when lawyers were able to get along well enough to do that.
Oh boy.
The case that we tried, that we could change venues on, because of the publicity also. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
So Your Honor, there was a motion for reconsideration of the file with regard to the metadata underlying, I can.
Oh, the metadata.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that the court saw that motion and it was filed. I don't know if the court wants to hear a full argument, have to do that, but we just wanted to make sure that that gets decided.
Okay.
What are you referencing there, Happy Annie? Something that Judge Bev said? Back up. I'm not sure what you're saying.
There was a motion for reconsideration of the file with
When lawyers were able to get along well enough to do that.
Oh,
The case that we
right.
That we could change venues on, because of the publicity also. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
So Your Honor, there was a motion for reconsideration of the file with regard to the metadata underlying, I can.
You can make an objection. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that the court saw that motion and it was filed. I don't know if the court wants to hear a full argument, have to do that, but we just wanted to make sure that that gets decided.
Okay. All right, there's still a few months.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Nothing, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, we'll see you on Tuesday.
Court, all right, please.
Okay, so we'll be back on Tuesday for jury selection, and there you have it. There you have it, guys. So now we are going to take a look. Why do I have it opened twice? Okay. We are going to take a look at the decision on the motion to dismiss. Pull that over here. Okay. There we go. So, yes. Righty. Let me just make my audio different now that we have that done. Okay. All right. Y'all ready? Now, while I was not surprised on her decision here, there's a lot that is still very surprising because she goes way further than even is necessary to be defending the Commonwealth and not even concerned at all about any of the issues raised, even if she was going to deny it. So, oh wait, this is the wrong thing. Hold on. Hang on. Oh wait, I shared the wrong thing. Hold on. Let me unshare, reshare. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Here we go. All right. This one. Okay, memorandum of decision and order on defendant's motion to dismiss. All right, the defendant is pursuing a third-party culprit defense, arguing that one or more persons, let me zoom in a little bit more. One or more persons attending a social gathering at the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert killed O'Keefe, and that they, along with others, including the Canton State Police, engaged in a cover-up of the crime. The defendant now moves to dismiss the indictments against her on the grounds that the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceedings. She argues that the Commonwealth knowingly and recklessly presented false and deceptive evidence to the grand jury and withheld exculpatory evidence for the purpose of obtaining the indictments. The defendant also argues that the Commonwealth deliberately admitted inadmissible evidence to secure the indictments. On March 12th, 2024, the court conducted a non-evidentiary hearing on the defendant's motion to dismiss. So this is before the first trial. The court has carefully reviewed all the grand jury minutes and considered each of the defendant's arguments. Given the extensive evidence supporting the indictments to the extent the Commonwealth improperly put before or withheld any evidence from the grand jury, it is unlikely that it affected the outcome of the proceedings. Accordingly, the defendant's motion is denied. During the grand jury proceedings, the Commonwealth presented evidence of the following, and then there's a footnote. The grand jury heard 14 days of testimony from over 40 witnesses and received 55 56 exhibits. This background section is merely a summary of the Commonwealth's grand jury presentation and is not intended to reflect the entirety of the evidence it presented. The discussion of certain evidence has been reserved for the analysis section below. So I don't think we need to read this part of what the grand jury heard. A lot of this was presented at trial. No, all of it really. Police officers spoke with the people who were present at the Albert residence, who all reported they did not see O'Keefe and he never entered the residence. They interviewed the niece and nephew. They stated that the defendant and O'Keefe argued frequently. They both described a recent argument within 2 weeks of O'Keefe's death, where he had asked for the defendant to leave his house, but she refused to leave. O'Keefe's niece described a second argument within a week of his death, where she heard O'Keefe tell the defendant that he wanted to end the relationship, that it had run its course, that it was not healthy, and that they argued too often. The defendant did not want the relationship to end and again refused to leave the house. So what's interesting, though, is if you go with that, right, the Commonwealth's theory of like, well, as far as it pertains to Higgins, right, as Breenan was saying, that she killed John O'Keefe because she wanted to be with Higgins or whatever, like, this makes no sense. If he wanted to end it and she wanted to be with Higgins, she could have just been like, okay, peace out, right? Officers also recovered text messages exchanged between the defendant and O'Keefe on January 28th, and voicemails the defendant left O'Keefe on January 29th after 1 a.m., leading up to the waterfall. Bah. The defendant and O'Keefe exchanged several text messages about their strained relationship. In the voicemails that the defendant left O'Keefe on January 29th, she stated, you are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself. She called him a fucking pervert and yelled at him, John, I fucking hate you. Yeah, I mean, everything is paid for by the taxpayer dollars for trial, for criminal trial. Okay, legal standard. A defendant may be entitled to dismissal of an indictment if the integrity of the grand jury was impaired by a prosecutor's improper conduct in the introduction of certain evidence. The heavy burden to show impairment of the grand jury proceeding is borne by the defendant. The defendant must establish that 1, the Commonwealth knowingly or recklessly presented false or deceptive evidence to the grand jury. 2, the evidence was presented for the purpose of obtaining an indictment. And 3, the evidence probably influenced the grand jury's decision to indict. In certain instances, the failure to disclose known information may impair the grand jury proceedings. Prosecutors are not required in every instance to reveal all exculpatory evidence to a grand jury. That's fucked up. However, they must present exculpatory evidence that would greatly undermine either the credibility of an important witness or evidence likely to affect the grand jury's decision, as well as evidence the withholding of which would cause the presentation to be seriously tainted. If the defendant can show that the prosecutor omitted such exculpatory evidence and that the evidence withheld would have likely affected the grand jury's decision to indict, dismissal is warranted. Because there is no satisfactory, comprehensive statement of what conduct does and what conduct does not impair the integrity of the grand jury process, the court must deal with the conduct in question case by case, as in it's going to be the judge's discretion. Fenders makes a great point here. Does Breenan not understand that there's a bunch of options to ending a relationship, like ghosting, breaking up, hitting below the belt, saying shit about kids on and on before hurt? Right, of course. Yeah, agreed. Jen is hella shady, for sure. And then discussion here. As noted above, the defendant maintains that the Commonwealth knowingly and recklessly presented false and deceptive evidence to the grand jury and withheld exculpatory evidence for the purpose of obtaining indictments. The defendant also maintains that the Commonwealth deliberately admitted inadmissible evidence to secure indictments. The court addresses each of the defendant's several arguments for dismissal in turn. So the first one, Sergeant Michael Link's false and deceptive statements in conflict of interest. The defendant argues that Canton Police Sergeant Michael Link, who was one of the first police officers to arrive on the scene, gave false and deceptive testimony to the grand jury and withheld evidence of his personal relationship with the Albert family. Specifically, the defendant contends that the Commonwealth and Sergeant Link, 1, gave false and deceptive testimony to the grand jury regarding purported admissions made by the defendant, and 2, gave deceptive testimony as to the reason the state police took over the investigation from the Canton Police Department, and 3, withheld exculpatory information as to Sergeant Link's long-standing relationship with members of the Albert family. And Kat Randall has gifted a membership. Awesome. Love it. Speaking of which, great opportunity to mention, I do believe tomorrow we will be having another members only live stream. It's just contingent upon me making sure I've got the technology set up so that we can do it. That will be the Never Have I Ever. You guys can already see the thumbnail there if you want to take a look and let me know, because I think it's pretty cool. You should be able to see that thumbnail for upcoming live streams. Let me know what you think. And then the following one will be the one where it's the trivia, where you guys get to submit your categories. And Kat Randall, I already know you want trees, so I need to make sure I include that on my list. And anyone else who hasn't put their category in, make sure you let me know either in the chat or put it in the Discord in the members only thread. But tomorrow should be tomorrow again, as long as I can get the technology sorted and tested out, should be the Never Have I Ever. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. Unfiltered equals classy here. You guys are so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Okay, so the defendant's statements at the scene. With respect to the first argument, Sergeant Link testified, quote, so officers that were there prior to my arrival had attempted to speak with Reed, but from what I had gathered from them, she was too hysterical and was unable to really assist us in any way. The only information they were able to retrieve from her is that she could not recall whether or not she had been there. The defendant contends that this testimony impaired the grand jury proceedings because it was not based on personal observations, distorted the defendant's statements to the responding officers, and strongly suggested an admission of guilt. After careful review, the court concludes that this testimony does not meet the standard for dismissal. Not surprised. To establish that the Commonwealth impaired the integrity of the grand jury, the defendant must first demonstrate that false or deceptive evidence was given, and again, knowing or reckless disregard of the truth. We're all very familiar with that. We talked about that a lot with BK. She's saying that didn't happen. He clearly stated the knowledge he had gathered. And honestly, that wasn't, in my opinion, one of the strongest arguments here for the defense. So I'm going to kind of go forward a little bit here to see if we've to go to the next section. All right, here we go. This is really the biggest part, right? The state police involvement in the investigation. The defendant also argues that Sergeant Link gave deceptive testimony as to the reason the state police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department. Specifically, the defendant contends that Sergeant Link's testimony that the state police assumed jurisdiction and took over the investigation as soon as it was determined that O'Keefe was deceased was an effort to conceal the facts that the Canton police lost jurisdiction in the case because their agency was conflicted. And I remember that came up in the trial. The defendant has not shown that Sergeant Link's testimony in this regard was false or deceptive, or that he withheld exculpatory evidence. His testimony as to the reason the state police took over the investigation is consistent with the code, which requires that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and its law enforcement representative, here the State Police Detective Unit, direct and control an investigation of a death that occurs under the circumstances presented by this case. Yeah, Discord, you can have chat. So the way it works in Discord, we have the Squirrel Crew, which is like general chat. Then there's like threads for specific cases. But what's great is you can post videos, you can post links, you can actually make phone calls and videos, you can chat with voice, you can chat with text, you can do all kinds of things. So it's really fun. Also, all of our YouTube commands, as well as our custom emojis, work in the Discord too. Yeah, it's not only for gamers, So it's tied to the YouTube channel. So it's all the Squirrel Crew. And you can tag people, and it's good. It's good. Yeah, I'm trying to say Norfolk better. Norfolk. The defendant has not put forth any evidence that suggests the state police took over the investigation for some other reason. The defendant refers only to a Boston Globe article where a Norfolk DA, Morrissey, is quoted as saying the Canton Police Department recognized a potential conflict early on and recused itself from the case. This article is neither competent evidence that the court can rely upon for purposes of this motion, nor does it lead to the conclusion that Sergeant Link falsely testified that the state police took over the investigation once it was determined O'Keefe was deceased. Okay, let's move on to the relationship with the McAlberts, right? All right. The defendant contends that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld exculpatory information that Sergeant Link had a long-standing relationship with members of the Albert family and that he had in the past deputized himself to shield the Alberts from criminal liability. And the defendant cites a complaint filed in a civil action against Sergeant Link, regarding an incident that occurred in 2002 where Sergeant Link, while off duty, allegedly physically assaulted 2 individuals and had one arrested after they had an altercation with Tim Albert, Brian Albert's brother. The case later settled. According to the defendant, the Commonwealth's failure to disclose this information impaired the integrity of the grand jury proceedings because had the grand jurors known of this incident, it would have undermined Sergeant Link's credibility in this case. The court is not persuaded. Oh yeah, I don't even know what nitro does. I literally don't. Does anybody else know? I've never even looked into it. It's all, you don't have, I don't know anyone that's done that. So you can use it for free and it does all the things. The Commonwealth's obligation is to present exculpatory evidence that would greatly undermine, okay, we've already read this part, but the tainted bit. The defendant has not directed this court to any case law that suggests allegations in a civil complaint from 20 years ago against one of the many police officers preliminary involved in the investigation would be considered exculpatory evidence. Nor is there any evidence that before the court that Sergeant Link engaged in conduct during his brief involvement with the case that suggests he was not impartial. We have a footnote. To the extent that the defendant contends that the Alberts did not come out of their residence at the time O'Keefe's body was discovered because they were waiting for their friend Sergeant Link to interview them, that assertion is purely conjecture. The testimony before the grand jury was that Brian Albert and his wife Nicole were sleeping during the early morning hours when the body was discovered. So then, even if knowing Sergeant Link had a history of friendship with Brian Albert's brother may have colored the grand juror's view of this testimony, Sergeant Link was one of the many police officers who testified before the grand jury, and his role in the investigation was minimal. His entire testimony makes up only 27 pages of the grand jury transcript, which is over 400 pages in length. Given the extensive amount of other evidence against the defendant, it is unlikely that the disclosure would have affected the grand jury. All right, Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor, false and deceptive statements and conflict of interest. Okay. The defendant argues that State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, the homicide investigator for Norfolk DA's office who co-led the investigation, into O'Keefe's death, gave false and deceptive. No, I'm not going to just gloss over that. Co-led. What is she even is this her trying to go ahead and get out ahead of the fact that he's fired? Like, is she trying to suggest that somebody else was also the lead investigator in this case so that they can be like, well, look, he's fired, but we still have this other dude? Like, who is she even referencing here? Co-led. What? What is she talking about? He was the lead. Okay. Gave false and deceptive testimony to the grand jury and failed to disclose that he had a personal relationship with other recipient witnesses. Specifically, the defendant contends that the Commonwealth and Trooper Proctor withheld from the grand jury that Trooper Proctor is a close family friend of the Alberts, failed to inform the grand jury that there was an alternate explanation for the defendant's broken taillight, and withheld from the grand jury that the death certificate stated the manner of death could not be determined. Well, that's important. As we know, the Commonwealth is not calling the medical examiner this trial. It's insane. Yeah, absolutely, Fender. Relationship with the Alberts. With respect to the first argument, the defendant has proffered evidence that shows Trooper Proctor's sister was friends with Jen McCabe and Julie and Chris Albert, the brother and sister-in-law of Brian Albert. Even assuming that Trooper Proctor had a personal relationship with these witnesses, disclosure to the grand jury was not necessarily required. Only when the prosecutor possesses evidence which greatly, I'm not going to, literally the same thing over and over again, I'm not going to keep reading. The defendant has not pointed to any case law which suggests a police officer's credibility is greatly undermined if he knows witnesses in a case, and there's a footnote here. The court notes that there is an ongoing federal inquiry into the investigation of O'Keefe's death in the state, and at this point, from what we've been told from the Commonwealth, that is not the case. But when this was drafted, that, I guess, it was still going on. And the state police is also currently investigating Trooper. Yeah, again, they're done. They've investigated him. He's done. The Commonwealth and the defendant have received numerous documents regarding the federal investigation pursuant to a 2-year request, and the defendant cites documents as evidence of a long-standing compromising relationship between Trooper Proctor and the Alberts. By the way, there's a footnote 4 as well. To the extent that the defendant argues Trooper Proctor's relationship with these and other witnesses is closer than what is shown in the evidence before the court, such an issue is properly dealt with at trial and cross-examination. Well, that's only true if they call him as a witness, isn't it? Even assuming that Trooper Proctor had a personal relationship with these witnesses, disclosure to the grand jury was not necessarily required. Again, it's citing the same shit. Oh, I already read this part, actually. Okay, so even if Trooper Proctor's familiarity with the witnesses suggests some sort of bias in the investigation that the grand jury may have considered to warrant dismissal, the defendant must show that the absence of the withheld evidence likely would have affected the grand jury's decision to indict. The grand jury heard extensive evidence. So yeah, she's just shutting that down. All right, alternate explanation for the broken taillight. Turning to the second argument, Trooper Proctor testified that the state police viewed footage from the Ring cameras at O'Keefe's residence, including one camera located above the garage doors. The Commonwealth showed the grand jury the video, and Trooper Proctor testified to what he saw. He said the defendant is seen reversing out of the garage and driving off. As she backed out of the garage, her right taillight came extremely close. Interesting, because Breenan, it was Breenan, because he admitted that it was nudged, right? Was that it was either in a hearing or in a filing, or maybe both, but the nudged, or that it did touch it, like, I think he used nudged. Yeah. But anyway, this says extremely close, right? Oh my God. No pieces of taillight were viewed anywhere in the driveway that day. No damage was observed anywhere. Oh my God, I'll pull these footnotes. Anywhere on O'Keefe's SUV. So what we'll do is, since we're going to read the rest of these footnotes. So this footnote carries over from the first page. So here we have the court has reviewed all documents from the federal investigation. While they reveal several examples of Trooper Proctor's unprofessional and questionable conduct. Welcome, Kane. By the way, official is here. Official is here. So Kane, I was saying you had a question about your phone. I'm wondering if official can help you, because he seems to be up on those things. Never have I ever is tomorrow, I do believe, as long as I can get the technology going for that with the external camera thingies, that will be tomorrow. Okay, so Trooper Proctor's unprofessional and questionable conduct. They do not shed much light on the extent of his relationship with the witnesses and what impact, if any, the relationships had on his investigation. At this time, no specific evidence cited by the defendant warrants dismissal. And then we have another footnote, footnote 6, citing Sergeant Buchanan's testimony. The defendant also argues that the Commonwealth intentionally misled the grand jury as to Trooper Proctor's relationship with Chris and Julie Albert. Sergeant Buchanan read to the grand jury his report of the interview he conducted with Trooper Proctor of Chris and Julie Albert. The report began with the words, following formal introductions. The court does not agree that this testimony was intentionally misleading. Sergeant Buchanan wrote the report, and there's no suggestion that he knew either of the witnesses or used language to misrepresent Trooper Proctor's. Oh my God, it says protectors. It says protectors. It's supposed to say Trooper Proctor's connection to Chris and Julie Albert. The court also does not agree with the defendant's argument in her supplemental memorandum that the Commonwealth withheld evidence of Sergeant Buchanan's pre-existing relationship with another witness, Brian Higgins, because Sergeant Buchanan and Higgins had drinks, socialized at the gym, and had worked on a couple cases together. For the same reasons, the court concluded that Trooper Proctor's alleged pre-existing relationship with some witnesses does not warrant dismissal of the indictment. And it concludes Sergeant Buchanan's familiarity with Higgins does not warrant dismissal. Okay. Okay, so now we can finish here. So no pieces of the taillight were viewed anywhere in the driveway that day, and no damage was observed anywhere on O'Keefe's SUV. The defendant argues that this testimony was misleading because her vehicle did strike the SUV, breaking her taillight. So Kane, let official know if you have that question about your phone, thus providing an alternate explanation to the Commonwealth's theory that the taillight broke when the vehicle struck O'Keefe. I mean, if you still want to, I was just saying. Nothing about Trooper Proctor's testimony was misleading. Oh, God. The Commonwealth was not obligated to offer an alternate explanation for the broken taillight, nor does the fact that the defendant has a different interpretation of the video make Trooper Proctor's testimony false or misleading. Moreover, the Ring video was introduced into evidence before the grand jury, allowing the jurors to assess whether the defendant's vehicle made contact with O'Keefe's SUV. Accordingly, there's no merit to the defendant's argument that Trooper Proctor's testimony about the Ring video impaired the integrity of the grand jury process. Okay, now the death certificate. The defendant lastly contends that the Commonwealth attempted to deceive the grand jury with its presentation of evidence regarding the death certificate. During the proceedings, yeah, I wish I honestly, I don't know, because it was so, I don't even remember. It was very detailed, but it was specific to Android, which is why I couldn't relate to what it was enough to remember. But maybe Twiz might remember if he was there. I think Twiz was there. Okay, during the proceedings, Trooper Proctor testified that the cause of death listed on the death certificate was blunt impact. Blunt impact, guys. Blunt force trauma. Blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia. He was not asked directly and therefore did not testify that the death certificate listed the manner of death as could not be determined. According to the defendant, The Commonwealth distorted the evidence by only presenting a portion of the information from the death certificate. This too is unavailing. The circumstances, thank you, Twiz, are markedly different than in Odell. An Odell, a police detective, read the grand jury and an edited version of the defendant's statement to the police in an aftermath of an armed robbery. We don't need to read all this. What's AR? So she's just shutting it down. She thinks this is stupid. The jury's grand jury and regular jury, they all deserve to know what the death certificate says. Anyway, in my opinion, I mean, obviously the Commonwealth is trying to keep that out of this trial entirely by not calling the medical examiner and everything, but the defense can call her. And in fact, I do believe she's on the witness list. So. All right, Chris and Julie Albert's inconsistent statements. The defendant next challenges the testimony given by Chris and Julie Albert. She argues that Chris Albert gave, oh wait, hold on, let me read this footnote. The court notes that it is more likely that the Commonwealth did not elicit testimony about the manner of death because generally it is impermissible as evidence. Huh? Okay, right, so Julie and Chris Albert, they gave an inconsistent statement regarding his presence at the Albert residence, the waterfall, and Julie Albert changed her stories to how she found O'Keefe has died, and the Commonwealth withheld both inconsistent statements from the grand jury. The court does not agree. Shocker. If you's a fly boy, get your nails done, get a pedicure, get your hair did. Okay, before the grand jury, Chris and Julie Albert testified that they were at the waterfall the night of January 28th, but that neither went back to the Albert residence afterwards. Julie went home with a headache, and Chris walked home when everyone left the bar. Sergeant Buchanan testified as to his interview with Chris and Julie Albert on February 10th, where both made similar statements. The defendant contends that Sergeant Buchanan's February 21st report memorializing his interview of the witnesses indicated that Chris and Julie Albert did go back to the Albert residence after the waterfall and that the Commonwealth intentionally failed to elicit Chris Albert's inconsistent statements before the grand jury. I mean, this again is not, to me, the biggest issues that they have for the motion to dismiss. I'm going to kind of go along here. About the affair. Oh my God, the fucking Aruba. No. And then okay, this part is I also love peanut butter. Okay, testimony from the McCabe's. Second, the defendant argues that the Commonwealth elicited speculative testimony from Jen McCabe, and her husband, Matt. With respect to Matthew, the defendant contends that the Commonwealth asked him to speculate as to the reason the defendant's car was parked outside the Albert residence for a period of time, but neither O'Keefe nor the defendant entered the residence. Footnote 10. The grand jury heard testimony from Jen McCabe that after arriving at the Albert residence from the waterfall, she was looking out the window when she saw the defendant's vehicle pull up to the front of the house. Over the next 15 minutes, the vehicle remained outside the residence. Jen McCabe noticed that at some point, the vehicle moved to a different spot on the road. During this time, Jen McCabe texted O'Keefe and accidentally called him, but he did not answer. She further testified that at some point, the vehicle was no longer there, and she assumed that the defendant and O'Keefe had left and gone home. Aruba, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, do-do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. However, the question posed by the prosecutor was about how long the defendant's car, Hoslong, was in front of the house, not the reason it was there. Thus, contrary to the defendant's contention, the Commonwealth did not elicit speculative testimony from Matt McCabe. Moreover, Matt's response made it clear that he had no idea as to why the vehicle was parked out front for so long. Yes, the car was out there. We just thought it was weird. In hindsight, they were having a disagreement in the car. I don't know. I don't know why the car was out there, why it was parked there. It wasn't as if they pulled up and I looked outside. And the next thing they were gone. They definitely moved the car and for some reason never came in the house. Therefore, even if the question invited speculative testimony, given the other evidence, again, this is not the strongest argument here for them. Okay, Trooper Garino. So here, what they're talking about is that it was in this report that was read to the grand jury that O'Keefe was the victim of a motor vehicle homicide. And they concluded at this time we were unable to access the data on the phone. The defendant's cell phone, it says. The defendant argues that through this testimony, the Commonwealth elicited improper expert opinion that Mr. O'Keefe was the victim of a vehicular homicide, falsely insinuating to the grand jury that he must have reviewed electronic evidence in this case suggesting O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle. Although it may have been misleading for the report to state, through Trooper Garino's investigation, it was found that O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. The report thereafter clearly states that the police were unable to access the data from the defendant's vehicle or phone. Therefore, it is unlikely that the testimony deceived grand jurors into believing that Trooper Garino received electronic evidence in this case, suggesting O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle. Even if, as suggested by the defendant, the opening sentence of the report may have led the grand jury to believe that the police had conclusively determined that O'Keefe was killed by a car, given all the evidence before the grand jury suggesting the defendant's vehicle struck O'Keefe, this testimony probably did not influence. That's interesting. So of all of the stuff so far, even Judge Bev is conceding here, which is interesting to me, that like look, where she says, it may have been misleading for the report to state that, and then also probably did not influence. That's problematic for me. What? Fender's got to go. We'll see you later, Fender. Love you. Time of Jen McCabe's Google search. According to the defendant, this grand jury exhibit purposely left off a Google search Jen McCabe made at 2:27 a.m. before O'Keefe's body was discovered, stating Hosslong to die in cold. The defendant has not shown that the Commonwealth improperly withheld this evidence. The grand jury exhibit referred to by the defendant is a cell phone extraction report from Jen McCabe's cell phone containing call logs and all this stuff, right? A more recent Celebrate report obtained during the federal investigation provides the web history of the phone, including the aforementioned Google search at 2:27 a.m. and Hosslong. The Hosslong. There's no evidence that the more recent report was available to the Commonwealth at the time of the grand jury proceedings. Indeed, based on an examination of the two reports, it appears that the more recent report used an updated version of software, which included web history, data files, and an activity sensor that the previous software did not extract. The defendant has not established that the Commonwealth withheld exculpatory evidence. And then finally, we have the collusion between Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. The court does not agree with the defendant that the failure to elicit such testimony undermined the witness's credibility and impaired the integrity of the proceedings. That two witnesses who are friends and who were with the defendant on the morning in question discussed the timeline of events that occurred before their testimony before the grand jury does not seriously undermine their credibility, even if it may have been a better. Oh, and then it says here, the court notes that the time or times of the Google search is a hotly disputed issue. So even if it may have been a better practice for the prosecutor to elicit testimony about the written timeline, the failure to do so did not seriously taint the grand jury proceedings. Oh my God, this is from 2024? What the fuck? We just read this entire document, and this is the one from last year. My mind is blown. I was wondering, I was like, hang on, where's all the stuff that I'm expecting to see here? Because now we're at the end of this document. Why? How and why? Because this was supposed to be the one, this was labeled as the one from this year. Hold on, let me see if I can find the right, you gotta be kidding me. My mind is blown right now, guys. So let's just see what we can do. Because I'm sure you guys are well aware, it's not easy to find these documents. Some of them are easier to find than others. And okay. I don't know where the people that have it today, I don't know how they got it. I'm just looking. Let me just try again. That's crazy. This was supposed to be the right thing though. Okay, hold on. Oh, we do have another document here. Okay, hold on. Where the fuck is it, dude? This is insanity. So we do have a new filing though that was referenced in the hearing regarding Mike Easter or whatever his name is. Give me just a second here. I want to know where everyone else got it because this is not easy to find. Like again, none of them are easy to find, but this is especially difficult to find. Oh my God, it's just. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? I would just love to know where everyone else got it from. Does anybody know where everyone else got it from? Because I'm not finding it anywhere. Okay, thank you, Happy Annie. What is the meditate? I'm looking on the internet for documents, so that might. Oh, you're talking about like meditating. Yeah. So we can do. So in other words, we do have another filing we can go over. I'm still looking for that that particular motion. Let me. Okay. Give me just a second. Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's do this. Okay, let me unshare, reshare. So we'll do this real quick, and then we'll see if we can find the other thing. So because I didn't have this, already, I couldn't I can't make it, I can't zoom in. Remember when we tried to do this before and instead it zoomed in on these buttons? So I really should just be able to crop these and edit these so you guys can see them. Okay. Yeah, where did everybody else, I know Defense Diaries had it. I just don't know where everyone else is getting it from. I can't find it freaking anywhere. So I will need to I remember we had this problem before. I was like, nah, there's no way I can read this or y'all can read it. I have to be able to edit it. I do have the memorandum in opposition to the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to preclude the defendant from raising a third-party culprit defense. Like I have that one ready to go, but we just heard all the argument on that. So, So let me. And I don't even mind if it's watermarked, but I just know that it does exist. Somehow other people had it without the watermarks on it. You know what I mean? See, I thought that they couldn't have direct access, though, to it. Because usually, like, they're being sent from people in the chat oftentimes, right? Like the mods and stuff. So I don't really know. Well, yeah, like I didn't think that's how they were getting it. Well, I wonder. Like, for example, Laura, you know, right? Like I heard part of his live stream earlier today. I think it was a live stream. But anyway, somebody mentioned in the chat, right? Oh, this just came out. Like it was it was her order on the motion to dismiss. And he's like, okay, if you want me to take a look at it, somebody sent it to me. And somebody sent it to him on like through Twitter or some shit, right? And he had it. So, and that was not an attorney. So, okay. I can't edit this. I guess I can just attempt to read it. How long is this? Yeah, it's too long. Because house long, considering the length, it's going to, if it was just a couple pages, it's good to, as far as reading it at this size, right? You know what I mean? Fuck. Let me do this. Let me see if I can find what you were referencing there, Happy Annie, with the, or do you have it? Since you already mentioned it, are you able to send it through the Discord to me? The one that you see, I don't care if it's watermarked, but are you able to send that or post it in the Discord or just DM it to me? Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you, Kat. Well, I really wanted to read it. That's the thing. That would be awesome. And then we can, and then tomorrow we'll do, like, we can, this tiny one on the screen, we'll do this tomorrow after I've had a chance to actually make it where we can all see it. You're in the Discord, right? It's just me, Chelsea Filen. I mean, I think it should be easy to find me, right? Since it's like the Law School Discord, but it's Chelsea Filen 23. I guess if you're going to send a message, I guess you have to type in the first, yeah, Chelsea Filen 23. Yeah. Let me see if I have. Oh, why did? Okay. She'll find a way. Good. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So while we're waiting on that to come through, I'll just go and tell you guys. So tomorrow, I believe we will be also covering, believe it or not, we've made it through all of the recent slew of BK filings minus the death penalty ones, which is the state's responses to the defendant's motion. There's the motion to strike the death penalty because of autism. And then there's also the motion to preclude the death penalty because of the disclosure violation. So the state's responses to those. So those we will do. And then again, we will cover this tiny document when it's not tiny, and then anything else that comes in, we will cover as well. I'm not seeing it yet. Annie, let me know when you've sent it. That's what she said to what? Let me know when you've sent it. Here, we can enjoy some clips while we're waiting on this to come through. Oh, wait, hold on. I think it maybe just did. Did it just come through? I thought I saw Discord light up, but I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so I'll go back to my, okay, let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, I'm not seeing it yet. That's funny. Gotcha. Okay. So while she's just getting that sent over, so we can just enjoy some fun clips here.
Yesterday, I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendy made another new friend. Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know?
I know.
Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm going to die.
Why would that just come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a walk. Bitch, how old are you?
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening? Did I get what? The filing yet? The order? I am not seeing it yet. If that's what you're asking about. I think Happy Annie is trying. What are you saying? What is what saying? He's saying, wow. I don't think so. I feel that's what she said. Right now, I'm focused on getting this document. So that is what I'm thinking about. And I'm trying to find it myself in the meantime as well. So, meh. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, excellent. All right, so perfect. Okay. Let me pull that up. Awesome. You get 1 million squirrel points. Thank you so much, Annie. Awesome. Yay. All right, let's do it. This is the real one. We just read the one from last year. Now we're going to read the right one. Hold on. Let me unshare, reshare. Durable. There we go. Now we've got it. Woo! Gotcha, Twiz. I'm not seeing it yet. That's hilarious. I'm sorry to hear that about your husband, Annie. And thank you so much for that. Okay. Do. All right, so now we have it, guys. We are here. We have it. We've got it. Now we have the whole thing. All right. Woo. All right. Memorandum of decision and order on defendant's motion dismissed for extraordinary. This is what I was expecting. I was like, where? I was reading the other one. I was like, where is this that I'm waiting for? Right? Extraordinary governmental misconduct. All right. Ahead of the retrial, the defendant has filed a motion to dismiss for extraordinary governmental misconduct. Such a drastic sanction is justified only in response to the most egregious and truly harmful conduct. I mean, okay. In all but the worst cases, the appropriate remedy is at best a new trial, since such is the one that is scheduled to begin soon. So here's the thing. I just want to note this, that I just want to note that the reason Karen Reed has a retrial coming up, right, is because the jury hung. A retrial being granted because of extraordinary governmental misconduct or other issues like that, right, as a sanction to the Commonwealth is completely different. In other words, let me make an example. So let's just say that you've got two kids that are fighting, like little kids, right? Like siblings, okay? And one of them is, and you have to figure out how to punish them. And you guys know, like timeout, right? Like timeout, say, okay? And let's just say that one of them has done something, they hit the other kid, or I don't know, whatever. And let's just say that that the appropriate remedy is to put the kid in timeout. But let's just say that the kid is already sitting somewhere quietly reading a book. So therefore, in order to address the fighting, instead of saying, okay, you're in timeout, because they're already sitting there reading quietly, you just don't say anything, and you don't even address it. You just don't even address it. You just ignore it, and you just move on with your life, right? That's what this is like saying, to equate the fact that she has a retrial already as being as if the remedy has already been provided. Do you guys see what I'm saying? And I think that's what she's going to be going with here, which is disgusting. Because the claimed violations here do not rise to a level that would justify the most draconian sanction of dismissal. Are you joking? Draconian? Oh God, I better get my goat ready. And because the defendant's constitutional rights can be fully protected in the coming trial. No, incorrect. That dude, her motion to dismiss is denied. Okay, discussion. Dismissal of criminal charges with prejudice is the most severe sanction that the court can impose in a criminal case to remedy misconduct on the part of the Commonwealth. The dismissal, okay, we don't need to read all this. Alternatively, in rare circumstances, prosecutorial misconduct that is egregious, deliberate, and intentional, or that results in a violation of constitutional rights may give rise to presumptive prejudice. And the drastic remedy of dismissal of charges may become an appropriate remedy. The latter theory should be narrowly applied and confined to situations where the misconduct has cast such doubt as to poison the entire investigation. Yet, I don't know what better example you need than this case. And a stronger deterrent is warranted to repetition of such misconduct. Solo cups, hello, Lallyport. The list would be so long. I just can't even imagine what else you could be asking for to give this description in a case. The defendant here argues that the Commonwealth committed egregious discovery violations by destroying and or withholding exculpatory evidence that a Massachusetts state trooper interfered with the jury finding during the first trial, warranting dismissal of the charges. As discussed below, the defendant has not demonstrated that she suffered any prejudice. Are you joking me? As a result of discovery. This is disgusting. Look. She's not suffered any prejudice because that cannot be cured by her new trial. No. Her getting a new, it's not a new trial. It's another trial because of a mistrial. Dude. Again, think back to the example I just gave of the kids, right? And that one needs to be punished and get time out, but because they're already sitting there reading a book quietly, you just don't even say anything. What is the problem there? One, it's not fair to the kid who was punched by the other kid, right? First of all. Second of all, the kid who's sitting there quietly already reading a book doesn't learn that they did anything wrong, right? Couldn't agree more. Oh my God. Wow. It's worse than I thought, right? As discussed below, the defendant has not demonstrated that she suffered any prejudice as a result of discovery violations. It cannot be cured by a new trial and has not substantiated her claims regarding interference with the jury, which, as discussed in detail below, are baseless. This is gross. She didn't have to be gross, right? Again, we expected her to deny this because it's Judge Bev, even though it makes no sense, but that's why we expected it. But she doesn't have to be this gross. And honestly, she should. All this is doing is this is saying to the Commonwealth and law enforcement, you can continue on as you continue on. We expect to see solo cups in every case now. Use your leaf blower, use your red solo cups. Fuck with the Lallyport. Like, literally. It's like, honestly, giving them a congratulations, you did a great job. This is insane. Yeah. And that is the thing, right? Because it is costing her a ton of money. I mean, they didn't have to bring this case again, right? After the jury hung, they did not have to bring charges again. They could have just not brought charges. All right, discovery obligations. The due process clauses of all the things, right, require you to do the things that you should do. Evidence is exculpatory if it provides some significant aid to the defendant's case, whether it furnishes corroboration of the defendant's story, calls into question a material, although not indispensable element of the prosecution's version of events, or challenges the credibility of a key prosecution witness. The Commonwealth's duty to disclose exculpatory evidence to criminal defendants is further reflected in the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure. Yeah, a lot of this we already, we don't need to really read. Discovery obligations. Certificate of compliance. Yes. All right. Canton Police. I will say what I love about their motion to dismiss this time around is completely different, obviously, from last year. I will say, reading all that on accident, I will say this much. It's not the worst thing in the world because, you all know, I wasn't following any of this pre-trial. So I had not read that before. I wouldn't have known if somebody said, hey, what happened? What last year? Did they make a motion to dismiss? I wouldn't have been able to answer that question. Now I know, right? And it was kind of similarly to what we saw with Kohberger, where it's based on the grand jury, right? Grand jury indictment. However, this year, their motion to dismiss was completely different, right? And we covered all that. So this is a completely different situation than what you've got from the last year, like night and day. Their grounds for this one, you can't even compare the two, right? And so it actually is kind of nice having them back to back and just seeing the difference, right? The difference a year made, as it were. All right, Canton Police, so the Lallyport footage. Factual background, and there's a footnote. The following facts are taken from the parties' oral and written submissions, accompanying exhibits, and the court docket, unless otherwise indicated. The facts stated are not in dispute. Oh boy. Any description of surveillance footage is based on the court's review of the footage, not the parties' descriptions. How much you want to bet that her description that she's going to give, her review, is going to match what the Commonwealth said? How much you want to bet? All right. John O'Keefe was found dead. There were multiple surveillance cameras in use at the CPD that captured the defendant's vehicle on a flatbed tow truck as it entered the Lallyport at approximately 5:30 p.m. There were also cameras inside the garage where the vehicle thereafter remained. According to the Commonwealth, surveillance footage from these cameras is automatically overwritten on a regular basis. Interesting that she's not stating a time period there, right? Footage from the night in question was not lost, however, because CPD Sergeant DJ Petro followed his customary practice. Okay, all right. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to begin with this. I didn't even finish the sentence. I don't even know where to begin. His customary practice, as if they knew about this all along, that this is like a normal thing. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, what? Why is all hell not breaking loose with this? Even just this one thing. Like, when we first learned about him and like this was on his own, like, home computer and shit, it's like, what? Why? What is happening? Okay. Followed his customary practice of downloading the recording to a hard drive in 6-hour segments. Like, she's using this as in, look, this is normal. He saved the day, versus this is not normal. And why is everything fucked? And why did we not learn about this until last minute? That's the summary version of all the problems here. Oh, God. Okay. On February 2nd, 2022, the defendant was charged with manslaughter. Okay, right, fine. The preservation order sought to preserve inter alia all physical evidence, including anything present or near the decedent at the time his body was discovered, anything found at the alleged crime scene. The lead investigator in the matter, Trooper Proctor, took possession of the requested CPD video of the Lallyport, but did not turn it over to the prosecutors. Instead, for reasons unclear on the record, he kept the material in his case file. How is that not already problematic to you, Judge Bev? Literally. Literally. What is happening? Help. On June 9th, 2022, a Norfolk grand jury indicted the defendant on charges of murder, and etc. And then the court issued an order directing the Commonwealth to provide the defense with inter alia. And it's so true, Happy Annie. There's a lot that we wouldn't have learned had she been found guilty, because so much has changed since the last trial. So all crime scene photographs and or videos taken in connection with this case, including but not limited to photographs documenting the reported recovery pieces of the plastic and metadata associated with these photographs and videos, including but not limited to, right? Several months later, in June of 2023, Proctor asked CPD whether it had in its possession any exterior Lallyport videos showing the defendant's vehicle on the flatbed of the tow truck. And then there's a footnote. It is unclear to the court why Trooper Proctor requested the footage at this time. This is insanity. In response, CPD gave the state police the video from the main driveway side exterior Lallyport camera. Proctor took possession of this video, but again, for reasons unexplained, did not turn it over to the... Did she not read this? Did she not write this? What is happening? Is she not... Like, I'm lost. This is so far the third time just that I've noticed as it being like maybe more than, at least, let's say at least 3. I'm going to start counting. It's at least 3 because I've counted 3. Okay. Of times where she says that Proctor did something completely unexplained and she has no explanation for it. And it seems like it's obviously something fishy, right? Proctor took possession of this video, but again, and she even concedes by saying again, but again, for reasons unexplained, did not turn it over to the prosecutors. Instead, he placed it in his case file. This footage shows the exterior of the Lallyport video when the defendant's vehicle was brought into the CPD garage. The recording is dark, blurry, and grainy, and the condition of the passenger side taillight, a significant issue and dispute in this case, cannot be discerned. Welcome, James. I was wondering where you were. I was like, I was thinking to myself, where's James? On February 1st, 2024, Proctor testified before a federal grand jury investigating the investigation into O'Keefe's death. The federal grand jury. Okay. 3 months later, on April 4th, 2024, 80 Lally received Proctor's federal grand jury testimony. After reading Proctor's testimony, Lally asked the trooper if he was in the possession of the video footage referenced therein. In response, Proctor gave Lally the Lallyport front wall camera footage, but not the main driveway side footage that was provided to Proctor in June of 2023. Lally immediately turned over the Lallyport front wall camera footage to the defense, along with the footage from the CPD main driveway showing the SUV on the flatbed. Oh my God, SUV on the flatbed. Why do I keep wanting to say flatbread? None of this footage contained a view of the back of the defense SUV. There's a footnote. And remember when I said I was going to start counting? We're on number 4. It is unclear to the court where the CPD main driveway footage came from. Why? I have so many. Like, why? Any judge reading who is making this assessment and writing what she's writing should be fucking outraged. I don't understand. Okay, keep reading. The CPD main driveway camera appears to show a different view than the main driveway side exterior camera. The recording from that camera remained in Trooper Proctor's file. Mikey's? What is that? Oh my God. On April 10th, 2024, Lally filed a certificate of compliance indicating that to the best of the Commonwealth's knowledge and after reasonable inquiry, it disclosed and made available all items subject to discovery pursuant to things. When defense counsel reviewed the Lallyport front wall camera footage, they saw that 42 minutes of footage was missing. The defense raised the issue to the court at a hearing April 12th, 2024, days before trial was set to begin, arguing that the missing footage was critical to the defense's theory. The Commonwealth explained the footage was intermittent because the camera was motion activated. Trial began on April 16th, which is really funny, right? Because depending on how long jury selection takes this time around, it could ostensibly start on the same day, right? Which is so funny. Like, it literally could start. I mean, I don't know what day of the week that would be this year, but it could, right? Ostensibly start that same day, maybe. If it's a day that Bev has court. And James sent a super chat. Hi. Hello. Also, James has been watching all of the orchid videos, which bless his heart, because James, I don't even know that you have orchids, but I appreciate that you're enjoying watching them. Hopefully you're learning a lot about orchids and you're having fun or, learning something. The most recent one was actually really fucking sad, but educational, I think, informative. Is there someone in the chat that I missed called Mikey's? I'm confused. It's possible I missed it. Y'all know how it is when I'm reading the documents. It's a lot harder to read the chat. But I don't remember seeing someone named Mikey's. Oh my God, appeal granted. Okay, let me just tell you guys what that means. So, okay, did y'all hear me say earlier? Okay. So the most recent Donna Adelson live stream that I did with, it was short. It wasn't long. We just covered the most recent docs. It was the disqualifying her investigator for the attorney, all the conflicts of interest, right? And then the other thing was I hope Heather's listening and Super Planner Girl is back. I'm glad you're here. Y'all are going to get kicked out of this. Anybody who knows who Glenn is going to kick out of this, okay? And then the second document was the motion to Limine from the defense about keeping Wendy's stupid book out, okay? Right before I went live, I got a notification on my phone that video was removed from YouTube, okay? And here's why. What it said was that it gave a timestamp, but I couldn't watch it because it pulled it down. It gave a timestamp, and it said harassment and or cyberbullying. And literally, I was like, huh? And then I was like, oh, I bet I know exactly what it was. I bet what it was my interpretation. Okay, I think Glenn was watching, right? Our troll, our infamous troll. And what we did was we did the swoop, the swoop word, the Glenn swoop, which I do all the time, right? But my guess is he's only still watching when I do Adelson related streams. And so he was watching that one. And I specifically remember somebody making the joke about the skirt. And I did the swoop. And so, I mean, and my guess is that Glenn reported it as cyberbullying or whatever, cyber stalking. It was something crazy looking, right? And my guess is that YouTube automatically takes videos down until they can investigate it, right? So it's like an automatic thing because there's literally not, obviously, right? So they just took it down. And so literally right before I went live tonight, I was like, what the hell is this? And like, without even being able to look into it, there was a thing where it was like, you can appeal. And I was like, I clicked appeal. I just got a notification, guys. Appeal granted. I won. It's back up. I won. Appeal granted. It's back up. They found it was unfounded. Woohoo! That is, wow. I hope Glenn sees it's back up and he lost. Holy shit. Anyway, James has sent another super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Wow, I just had to tell that story. And another one. Thank you again, James. So that is, for anyone who was there with Glenn, you'll know why that is so funny. Dude, wow. How sad though. Like that's his life, right? He's watching and just like trying to get my videos taken down. You've got to be kidding. And literally, when I talk about Glenn, it's still honestly in a nice way, right? I mean, we actually are like, we celebrate him on this channel as our channel troll. I mean, he lives in infamy, right? We've even had like hashtag free Glenn. I mean, right? Like it's not the way other channels handle people like that, probably quite differently. Wow. I'm right. It's wild. And I'm wondering too, because 18 minutes and 40 seconds was the timestamp. I think it might be right at the time where I went to the motion to suppress. And I literally call it Wendy's stupid butt, which is funny. That's just what I call it. Wow. So anyway, that's the story there, but it's back up. So that's awesome. They were probably like, wow, some idiot reported this and there's nothing here. Oh my God. Okay, cool. So, all right, so let's continue on here. Where were we with this insanity? Thank you, K. James, for another super sticker. Guys, by the way, just if y'all haven't already heard, you can check out the thumbnail and let me know what you think about the members only live stream for the Never Have I Ever. Hopefully we'll have that tomorrow, assuming I can get the camera thing working the way I want it to for that. But okay, so all right, trial began on April 16th, right? On April 17th, Lolly received, I love how it just says Lolly. It doesn't even say AD Lolly or Adam Lolly. It just says Lolly. Like she may as well start calling him the Lollybird. Received footage of the Lallyport interior back wall camera from the CPD, which had been looking for continuous camera footage of the Lallyport on the relevant date. On April 23rd, 2024, Lolly provided the Lallyport interior back wall footage to the defense. The images contained in this footage were inverted. People should be, by people, I mean, well, the people are. Judge Bev should be enraged, pissed, concerned, insert any number of words there. State Police Sergeant Buchanan testified on June 5th and 6th. During his direct examination, Lolly showed the inverted Lallyport interior back wall footage in open court. Because the video was inverted, what appeared on the screen as the right side of the vehicle was in fact the left side and vice versa. Boy, that sounds like a problem to me. The direct testimony did not alert the jury that the video was inverted. Okay. Sorry, Meg. Sorry. Y'all that hate the goat, it's going to be happening. I just can't. On cross-examination, however, defense counsel questioned Buchanan extensively about the inverted image. So what she's trying to say here is, look, it's not a problem because it came out on cross. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I'm going to lose it. We may have to do a break at some point during this for sanity's sake and take a little AI journey with Adobe. Some of you guys have done that before and know what I'm talking about. Okay. The CPD began a review of other video surveillance footage in an attempt to explain the inverted image. I can barely talk. I'm just so like, oh my God. And to respond to allegations that had deliberately manipulated the recording. As part of this process, CPD Chief Rafferty reviewed surveillance footage from cameras in the hallways and the parking lot at the CPD in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, prior to O'Keefe being discovered in the snow. The rear lock cruiser side camera had recorded ATF agent Brian Higgins, a witness called by the Commonwealth at trial, walking across the parking lot at 1:34 a.m., holding a phone near his face. What the fuck is this, though? Pardon? Okay. How did I always have to try to remember how I did this because it happened on accident the first time. That's what she said. How did I do this? Okay. I think I had to do this. You guys will see. You guys will see. It's worth it. I promise. Is it worth it? Let me work it. Let me think down the bit of reverse it. And I'm touching to get a boom. I promise it's worth it. You guys will love this. I guess I could rap to roll out while it's doing this because that could be entertaining. It's on page 16 or 17. Right. Well, the thing, holding his phone near his face, but not, so she's saying that in lieu of talking on the phone. She will not even concede that he was talking on the phone. I cannot. That's right. Find out how hard I got to work it. Yes. Yes. I need a glass of water. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I need a glass of water. Okay, we'll do that real quick too while it's doing its thing. That's what she said.
Hard as a rock, freeze thaw effects on penetrometer resistance. You know, his head's as hard as a rock.
Okay. How far were we into this nonsense? Let's see here. We were on page 8, I think. Yes, we were. All right, great. Now we have this. So actually, it makes it easier for me to highlight it too for you guys. So now, how the fuck? Hold on. There's a way. Oh, now that's bigger. That's good. There it is. Now we got it. Y'all ready for this? AI journey time. It's AI journey time. AI journey time. You guys ready? Twiz, you still hung up on. You said that when I was like frantically looking for a document. I would get it now. You guys ready? Okay, I have to unshare reshare. You guys are gonna love this. Promise you guys. Okay, AI is coming up with an image for oh wait, hold on. I need to do my whole screen. Is coming up with an image for holding a phone near your face. You may be asking yourselves, what are we looking at here? So let's do, we want to do auto. Twiz. There we go. That's different than the other one. So this is AI generating holding a phone near face. Now, what I want you guys to notice is that which one of these do you think people are talking on the phone? Like, for example, like if you look at this dude, that is what I pictured with the way Judge Bev described it, which like makes no sense. You see what I mean? This is the image of what I got in my brain. Not this person, but you know, talking on the phone, but weirdly to the side. So now what I want to know is how would it do talking on the phone? That's a good point. Their mouths are closed. Okay, there you go. That was a good distinction, or good observation rather. Thank you for that. Yeah, so then there you go. What? This is interesting. What do you guys think of this? What the fuck type of telephone is this one? This is why this is so fun, because AI just, you know, who was it earlier? Somebody asked earlier, I think it was Kat Randall, like, why do they still have people do the court reporter, like, you know, instead of, you know, like, why is there still a human for that job? And I literally said, because AI would fuck it up. As we do the AI journey for funsies, you guys will see the reason I say that, because literally, like, it gets, the way it gets things wrong is hilarious. So you're saying, so what's really funny, the bottom top right, the bottom right, I cannot tell if that's supposed to be a man or a woman, which is still, you know, yeah, that's a good point. Some of them are listening and not talking. Actually, none of them look like they're talking. Right? I know. I have another one I want to do. You never know what you're going to get with this. Do, 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 do. Y'all, I love, tell me why, okay, top left and bottom right, where's the phone element? But then the way it combined this is freaking hilarious. And what the fuck, what is it? Y'all. No, this is just for fun. Right? Right? Tell me why. Yeah, he told us it didn't right. Yes, I know. Exactly. That'll be, let's see what AI does with this. Yeah, you can totally, and a good place to do that, official, by the way, there is there's a thread called What We Do. So when you get onto Discord and you look on the left, there's going to be all these different threads, like different categories, and there's a lot of them. So you can scroll down. There's one that's like What We Do, and that's where people that like, it's a good place to share, whether it's what people do for a job or what they do for a hobby, whatever it is. That's a good place for it to put that. So people share like crafts and all kinds of things in there. So we're going to do this one next. And by the way, we can take requests. You want me to type something in for the AI? You just let me know. My wish is your wish is my command. Tell me why. The first time we had this journey, it happened on accident. It was just Heather and Flash that were here. And that was months ago, but we had the best time. Wow. This is what y'all talk. What does that even say? I don't even know what that's supposed to say. Is that a word? And then the bottom one says awk. What? This is why this is amazing. Okay, we got it. We're going to do Twizzle Stick. Yes, that one's next. Every now and again, it nails. Actually, when we did this before, the only ones it seemed to nail were the ones I did in Russian. But in English, it was a mess. And sometimes it's like the type of, like, you just never know what you're going to get with this. What do you guys think about the one on the top right? The top right one. Wait, hang on. Twiz is saying, can you send it to me? Wait, what? Which one? It's too late. I can try to search for it again. Creepy bananas. We can do creepy bananas. Tell me why. Oh my God. Wow. I will hand it this. I will hand it this. It got the creepy. I mean, that was a jump scare for me. Did you guys get a jump scare? Now, the one on the top left, I don't know how that fits in with the rest. Like, that one's left out. That one does not. That one thing is not like the other, right? I send it to you. I don't know. How do I send it to you? I guess what I can do, if you got, I can see, what I can do is take like a screenshot and then send it later. I can do it that way. I can do it that way. I can do it that way. I took a screenshot. Because this is through Adobe, the program. So it's like, you can't just send things. Why are you picturing me in a straight jacket? Ooh, a good example. Good thought there. Straight jacket. Well, I think I can insert them into the document, but I don't want to do that. It would ruin the filing. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to edit the filing. Huh. Well, so what does it just do if it's just jacket then? Like, what does it think the difference is? We'll do Elantra. That's a good idea. So anyway, I could keep it. Like, if it inserts into the document, then it's like keeping it, I guess. But that's the only style it knows? And why are they all brown or beige or taupe? I kind of like the one on the top right, though. I'm a huge fan myself of like leather jackets, or for me, it's usually like the fake leather jackets, but I have a ton of those. Elantra. What does that mean, Kane? You're on J-Rod? I don't know what that is. I mean, I just will say, I hope that never and we ever have to see a vehicle like the one on the bottom left, because that is freaking hideous. Weird. 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 Weird, weird. So see, this should be a softball, right? Squirrels. This should be easy, right? This should be easy, right? Right? Okay, you can do it. You can do it, AI. You got this one. Hey, how are you having trouble? Let us know how you're having trouble. I'm sure we can help. It shouldn't be that hard. That's what she said. Right. So, okay. So squirrels, those, yeah, accurate. That's cute. You got the ear fluff. I love the squirrels with the ear fluff. Those are so cute. Okay. So it did the squirrels. It got that. It got that. Okay. I bet this is the only channel anywhere on YouTube where you guys can have this experience, for better or worse. I like the top left one is cute. That's cute. He's got a little. Now, I don't understand what's going on with like this business. Like, what the fuck is that? Like a weird ass mushroom. And the one on the bottom right just looks mean. I don't like that at all. And then I don't know what's going on with the one on the bottom left. I like the top left. The top left is really cute though. That's really cute. Oh my God. I'm going to save a picture of that. That's really cute. You do this at home also? Do you use Adobe? I just typed in rollout just for funsies. So did you click on the link in the chat, official? Because it should take you to the Law Squirrel Discord. Oh my God, the Law Squirrel Discord. Roll out, and that's what we got. So we got some wraps, like, and then some sushi, and then some sort of weird ass bread thing. Clearly, it doesn't know rap songs. We have a request for slime ball. Oh, okay. So yeah, did you guys see it? It didn't like it. It thought it was a bad word. Isn't that funny? Slime ball. That happens from time to time. So yeah, there you go. Thank you for that. Yes, rats will do it. Do you want me to spell guitars correctly? Okay. So anyway, so if it doesn't take you directly to the Law Squirrel Discord, you can search for Law Squirrel and you should see the squangling. So if that's your question, or is your question once you get into once you're there, then what you do? Look at this. This is the bottom left one. You know, and this is another thing that's fascinating. Notice the bottom left one. Notice it's missing a leg. And it looks like a girl, but it has a beard. I don't know. It's missing a leg though. Of note. One leg. So official, are you using your phone to try to get into Discord? Because if you're using your phone, you can just download the app. It's free. Will do. Yeah, make sure you're going through the app. Well, so the way it works is it doesn't go by username. It goes by server. So search Law Squirrel. I guess you could search my username, but I don't know if that would take you to the Discord. But I'll put my username in the chat. I just don't know if that'll help. In case it does, I'll try it anyway. It's like, I think that's what it is. Pretty sure. Ew, that is disgusting. Look at the bottom left. Ew, 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 ew. Ew, ew. And the bottom right. What the hell? Why? What is it doing? What is it? What is it? I always wonder when we do this, like, what is it thinking? How did it get here? How did it get to this, right? Like what? I mean, the top ones look like to me if you just did burger, right? But like, wow. Pit bulls, you got it. And in case you're wondering, we've done Pitbullpotamus. We did that on our first AI journey when Heather was here. And literally what was so funny is what it generated looked identical to Heather's dog. And so she actually put a picture in the Discord of her dog. It was really funny. That was one of the only ones that nailed, but it like didn't get confused. It literally generated her dog. It was, oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm trying to help out. Let me help out official get in the Discord here. Hold on. Give me a sec. I just got a thingy. Okay, I should be able to invite you into the server now, official. Hold on. Oh, that's cool how you did your letters. Okay, here we go. I got you. Here you go. You ready? You should be able to come in now. I hope this works. Try it now. It should send you a thing. Okay, so we're gonna do pit bulls. And then we're gonna do super planner girl. So what's funny is when we did hippopotamus, it was pretty much the same. Okay. And I think what we'll do is we'll do, after this one, we'll go back to the document and we can continue. Now that I've had it generate text, we can always do this. Like whenever we come up with a part where like we need a little break from this craziness, we can always just, like now I can use, it can generate images from the words in the document, which is kind of how we always end up getting here. So there's Super Planner Girl. That's actually kind of on point, right? Like it's a girl with a planner. Now the super part. So yeah, there's no cape. There's no, you know, none of them look like you though. So really it still missed the mark. By you, I'm talking to Amanda because I've met her in person. McDonald's, Chuck E. Cheese. Okay. Did that work for you, official? McDonald's, Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, gross. What's on the bottom right? Ew. Why? What is with the, okay. Yep. Lots of questions about what it's thinking there. We'll try it. We'll do this. We'll do, okay, Meg, you're up. I got that one up next. So it knows what an orchid is, kind of. And then the mushroom part, it gave the petals there like a mushroom type of a mushroomy look. But it definitely it's got the orchid part of the orchid business going on. Bushy eyebrows will be really funny. I've done this enough times to where that'll be a really funny result. I don't know what it'll look like, but it will be really funny. So like the vacuum is really lacking here, right? I mean, it's not clear. It looks like it could be a hose, right? For water. Thank you for this. Thanks again for the other super chat, James. Okay. Weird. That's weird. I don't know why it says it's invalid. Did you try searching for Law Squirrel? There's been other people who've just searched who had this. It's so funny with this. The links sometimes say that and sometimes they don't. I have it set to never expire, right? But when people have had this trouble, what some people have done is they've just searched for Law Squirrel and they've just been able to join that way. So give that a shot. Okay, so We did. Okay, we did. So there's that. Bushy eyebrows is up next. Also, thanks guys for also helping out with as we get also no squirrels left behind. I will say, right? So anyone that wants to join the Discord, we will make sure we figure it out, get them joined. Bushy eyebrows. I mean, proof that bushy eyebrows are completely subjective, I suppose. But why are they only women? And why is their hair? Oh my God, look at the one on the bottom. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Look at y'all, the bottom ones, the ones on the bottom. Why do they have head hair growing? Oh my God, especially the one on the bottom right. That is really creepy. Why is it doing that? All of the eyebrows look normal to me, but that's not even the thing. The thing is the hair growing out of the face. What the fuck is that? Ew. I don't know that it'll let me do knife sheath. I can try. Because it might block it. Yep. No, it won't let me do knife. We'll do bushy unibrow. Yeah, this is the cool font that I don't know how you did that, but that is so cool. That's what it looked like when I saw it. Ew! Why? Ew! What the fuck is that on the top, you guys? That's so creepy. Ew. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but I don't like it at all. I don't even know. It's very odd. It's very odd, and I don't like it at all. We need one more. We need one more to not end on this note. We need a different thing. Let me think. Discord. Oh, Durable's a good one. That's a good one, Meg. I'll do that when it lets me. That's a better idea. Were you able to search, official? Were you able to search for if you type in law squirrel? Yeah, it doesn't know what to do with the Discord. It thinks it's thinking gerbil. Kind of. It definitely does not know what gerbil is. Meg said they're cute. That's good. Hey, Twiz, in the top right, that reminds me of your birds. Interesting. All of the people have their eyes closed. The top right is definitely my favorite because the birds. Twiz is so sure the birds are going to eat him. I am not doing that. No, not doing that. No. Some people, I'm sure. I mean, but like my point is this, like if you look at the top left, the eyes are closed and they're like way not even close to kissing. You know what I mean? Like they're like they should be seeing each other at that juncture, right? Wouldn't you say? At that point, you're that far apart, you could swap it out with somebody else and they could be kissing the wrong person. By the way, though, the birds have their eyes open, but the people don't. Twiz, I'm not doing eagle eating squirrel. I mean, just in case the event that it doesn't fuck it up and actually does something like that, I don't want to look at something sad. I'll do Ipsy Dixit. Twiz. I'll do it after this one. Wow. Eat art. Ask some what? Yeah, one thing that's always really interesting too is that how it changes the color palette, right? For these different anyway. It's a house.
It's a house.
Is this what? Hold on. What did you want specifically there, Twiz? Hold on. Okay. Better not be anything bad. We'll do Black Widow. Yeah, see, bad things. Bad things. Don't like it at all. Why does it have to get this one right? Okay. That's terrible. Just a cute. There you go. They're just playing their friends. Okay, well, that's fine. I love animal friends. I'm nothing like a good, when you have unlikely animal friends, that's like one of my favorite things in life. So, oh, Meg, yeah. Some people are like really freaked out by spiders. They don't bother me. I mean, these ones look kind of more like robot spiders than real ones. Mm-hmm. This one's always gets a good result here. Matrix. Adobe is just I don't even know. Adobe is wild. Matrix. It doesn't do well with places. Well, it doesn't really do well with much. Kid Smits is still here. We'll do Kid Smits. You know what this looks like? This looks like oh my God, why am I blanking on the name? Hold on. Let me see. This looks like kind of like anyway. What is the thing I'm looking for? Mont Saint Michel. That's what I'm looking for. Mont Saint Michel. Kind of. I mean, the buildings are different, but kind of similar. Like the one on the bottom left looks kind of like Mont Saint Michel. That's this little island that is like you can only access when the tide goes back or whatever, and then you can walk to it from the mainland or whatever. It's like really cool. I've always wanted to go there. But anyway, That's what this makes me think of it. The one on the bottom left looks kind of like it if you changed the building and made it more castle-y. There you go, Kits. Interesting. How funny, because so I can tell you what it kind of is. So the one on the top left reminds me of when we did the searches for pho, which is really funny because I know that Kitsmits loves pho. And so that's really funny that it got to that somehow. I don't know. Do you have a thing for owls, Kitsmits, or yarn? There you go. I'll just show you what I mean though, because if I do pho, like that's what's so funny about it. Here, look. I guarantee you it's gonna have something similar. It is weird. I agree. See? So when we've done this before, they had one that was one of these bowls, but it had a tent in the middle of it, just like on the previous one, which is what's so funny. They got better. They got closer on this one. I mean, we got some trees in the bottom right. They got some trees in there, but this one, the other times we've done it, it had like objects, like again, like a tent or there was another one that had like a whole house. Skinwalker. Okay, we'll try it. Oh, that's true. Yeah, the yarn mittens. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I don't know what I would expect for Skinwalker, but there you go. I mean, just because it's similar, what about Skywalker? Okay. It's not getting the Skywalker part. I guess it kind of, I guess it kind of gets Star Wars though. That's what's so funny, right? Like instead of taking the words as they are, it's like, it seems to know something about, because don't they have white outfits they wear that are kind of like that? I don't think it's going to let me do crime scene. Weird. Weird that they're all so similar. And then you've got the bottom left, which is just like, whatever. Okay. We're going to go back to the document. We can come back to this. I know it is amazingly fun. That's why I wanted to do it. But we had a little break for sanity break. Get all these things to go away. Okay. Excellent. How did we get there? Holding a phone near his face, because that is insanity. Okay. Not talking on the phone, holding a phone near his face. In September 2024, Special Prosecutor Breenan joined the prosecution team. On October 10th, 2024, he provided the rear lot cruiser footage along with the other surveillance videos to the defense. You're very welcome. It is fun. It's super fun. On November 8th, 2024, the defense emailed Breenan requesting all raw video footage from the CPD, which shall include but not limited to all cameras. Okay, we'll do that on the next round. We'll do that on the next one. That's a good idea, Breenan. We'll do that on the next one. Cameras capturing the interior of the CPD and or exterior of the CPD, including all parking areas, etc. Okay, fine. Breenan responded that he would request that the CPD collect and produce all footage responsive to the request. Thereafter, Breenan asked all associated law enforcement to go through all files and databases to facilitate a review of any footage. During this process, Breenan came into the possession of the main driveway side exterior Lallyport footage originally obtained by Proctor in June of 2023 and not previously turned over to the defense. I mean, okay. On January 28th, 2025, the Commonwealth turned over the main driveway Lallyport video, right? Okay, as noted above, the footage shows the exterior of the Lallyport when the defendant's vehicle was brought into the CPD garage, but the quality of the recording is as noted poor. Defendant's arguments. The defendant argues that the Commonwealth provided an untimely disclosure, withheld or destroyed certain CPD surveillance video in violation of all the different things. She further contends that the timing and quality of the video footage that has been produced demonstrates that the Commonwealth sought to intentionally deprive the defendant of exculpatory evidence. According to the defendant, the Commonwealth's conduct was so egregious that dismissal is warranted. This argument is flawed in several respects. She doesn't have to be this rude. That's what I'm saying. That's a great point from Annie here. It didn't like Slimeball, so I don't think it will like Breenan. Great point. Great point. First, contrary to the defendant's argument, there was no court order requiring the Commonwealth to preserve or produce the CPD surveillance video before the first trial. By the way, as far as Twiz going live again, I've told him he has an open invite to come on and be a guest on here whenever. Somebody said the other day he was coming on a show or something like on somebody's live stream. And I was like, hey now, because I thought he was not doing that right. Meow. But anyway, because in other words, until he starts doing his own lives, if he wants to, hop on, especially if we're talking about maps. Okay, so you got into the Discord, I guess? Oh, okay. Did you try searching for Law Squirrel, though? Okay, so first, contrary to the defense argument, there was no court order requiring the Commonwealth to preserve or produce the CPD surveillance footage before the first trial. I disagree because it said any or all. That's why I highlighted that when we read that the first time. The preservation order. Oh, okay. All physical evidence, including anything present or near the decedent at the time his body was discovered. But what about, I guess there was a second one. There was a second one that said like any or all video footage, and then it was like not limited to, right? So is she saying that this is I have a hard time with this. Like if what Judge Bev is saying that because this was specifically what they said at the time, all physical evidence, and that this doesn't count, like you've got to be kidding me. This order did not extend to the surveillance footage from the CPD. Massachusetts case law reflects a clear distinction between physical evidence and video surveillance footage. I'm just shaking my head. Moreover, where the physical evidence described in the preservation order was further defined as including anything present on or near the decedent at the time his body was discovered, anything found at the alleged crime scene, the order cannot reasonably be interpreted as including surveillance footage from the police station. The October 5th, 2022 order on the motion to compel discovery also did not require the Commonwealth to produce any CPD surveillance footage to the defense. That order required the prosecution to produce evidence of all crime scene photographs or this is the one that said not limited to, and she left that part fucking out. She left that out. She left it out. That's the one I was talking about. Gross, disgusting and gross. Emphasis added. But she's not. But what about the part you removed, Bev? What about the part you just left out? Emphasis added. What about taking things away? Don't add things. Or sorry, leave things in. Don't take them away and don't add them. Just leave it in. Anyway. Oh my God. The CPD was not part of the crime scene and therefore the order not. And honestly, that's debatable at this juncture with all the shenanigans with Higgins and whatever. I mean, one could say that what the shenanigans going on with the videos, right, was a crime in and of itself. But ugh. That's funny. Twiz says, be nice to Bev. Just kidding. I puked in my mouth typing that. Yeah. This is not the end of the inquiry, however. The absence of a court order requiring production of the CPD surveillance does not foreclose the possibility that production may still have been required under Brady and or Rule 14. The defendant contends that the prosecution may still have been required under Brady. Did I already read that? Yeah. The defendant contends that the prosecution should have inquired of the CPD if any footage existed and then produced all the footage because she maintains it contains exculpatory evidence. Specifically, the defendant argues that the footage shows Proctor approaching the taillight in a manner that she says supports an argument that he tampered with the evidence. Assuming without deciding that the footage is actually useful to the defense, dismissal is not warranted because defense counsel actually used this evidence to advance the tampering theory at the first trial and can do so again at the retrial. Hold on. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Assuming without deciding that the footage is actually useful to the defense, dismissal is not warranted because defense counsel actually used this evidence to advance the tampering theory at the first trial and can do so again. Don't you think that if they had it the correct way and it showed the tampering, that would be even better? Pardon? Oh my God. Thank you, Twiz, for helping. He's helping out official. In addition, while the current Rule 14 makes clear that the Commonwealth is required to disclose the defense as investigative materials, video and audio recordings in the possession, custody, or control of any member of the prosecuting team, the rule in effect at the time had no such requirement. Nor did Rule 14 in effect at the time clearly state the prosecutor's duty to inquire whether such evidence exists. Footnote 5. In this regard, the Standing Advisory Committee proposed a revision of Rule 14, which the Supreme Judicial Court adopted. The revised rule denotes a section, the prosecutor's duties to inform, inquire, collect, and disclose, preserve, notify, and record items that are subject to the rules. Gotta be kidding me. This is craziness. This is craziness. Annie's saying there might not be a second trial. Why do you think that? Because the defendant made no specific request for the Commonwealth to produce such evidence until after the first trial, it's not clear on the record how or when the Commonwealth should have known that the surveillance video was germane to the defense. Until the Commonwealth knew, for example, that the defense theory included that law enforcement tampered with the taillight while it was at the Lallyport, or that Higgins was a proposed third-party culprit, had no reason to inquire as to whether any relevant footage existed. This is crazy, and then there's some footnotes there. The defendant also argues that the rear lock cruiser side camera footage should have been turned over because it was exculpatory impeachment evidence that the defense could have used to show Higgins perjured himself before a federal grand jury when he testified that he did not call anyone on the night in question. The argument fails for several reasons. So this is the part where she said he's holding the phone near his face. I can't. First, it is not clear how, within the bounds of admissible evidence, the defendant could introduce evidence of this alleged perjury at her criminal trial. Second, even a cursory review of Higgins' grand jury testimony reveals he said that, and then that's redacted. Third, the video at issue, a 4-second clip showing Higgins walking across the parking lot, holding a phone near his face, does not clearly show, as the defendant represents the witness speaking to some unidentified individuals on the phone. The clip does not reveal how Higgins is utilizing the device, and it in no way establishes that he perjured himself before a federal grand jury. Finally, in this regard, the remedy for non-production of this video clip is not dismissal because the defendant's rights are fully protected by her ability to use it for all it's worth at the retrial. Oh my God. This is like she's saying, look, you're benefiting from this. Like all of the things that they're like, yeah, this is the reason why you should dismiss this. Bev is like, look, it's helping you. You can use it at the retrial. That you shouldn't be having it in the first place. You shouldn't be having what? And then, with respect to the main driveway side exterior Lallyport camera, even if Proctor should have turned it over to Lally prior to the trial, the quality of the footage is so poor that it is impossible to tell the condition of the taillight or how close anyone was to the right taillight. To the extent that the defendant contends that the footage could have been used to impeach Buchanan's testimony, she will have that opportunity at the retrial. This is insane. This is just really a miscarriage of justice in such a major way. That's an understatement. This is not to say that the Commonwealth had no duty to turn over the Lallyport interior back wall footage before the first trial. Really? It's not then? The production during trial was undoubtedly late. Okay, so what are you going to do about it, Bev? What are you going to do about it then? What are you going to do about it? However, the defendant received the video more than a month before it was submitted into evidence, and because she has advanced no argument as to what, if anything, her counsel would have done differently if the disclosure had come earlier, as she said, the defendant has not shown she was prejudiced as a result of the late disclosure. The defendant also argues the Commonwealth violated Rule 14 by failing to preserve all the footage with the metadata. There is no merit to this argument. Dude, there is no merit to you, Bev. The defendant did not make any specific request for the original footage with metadata before the first trial or before it was overwritten. There is nothing in the version of Rule 14, then in effect, or the current version, that entitles the defendant to the metadata or log files underpinning surveillance footage in the possession of the Commonwealth, and the defendant has not directed this court to any authority suggesting preservation of such evidence is required. Nor has the defendant demonstrated that the metadata would have been exculpatory evidence. She offers no evidentiary support for her argument that the metadata would confirm her theory that the members of CPD or state police doctored the footage to prevent jurors from seeing the condition of the defendant's taillight before it was within the custody of law enforcement and from seeing Proctor damage the taillight. Moreover, during cross-examination, Jackson questioned Buchanan extensively about the video being inverted and even played a, in scare quotes, corrected version of the video that was not inverted, leaving no doubt in the minds of the jurors that the video played by the Commonwealth was not a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred inside the Lallyport. Thus, this disclosure was sufficiently timely to allow defendant to make effective use of the evidence in preparing and presenting her case. Lastly, as to this claim, to the extent that the defendant claims to have rights based upon the Commonwealth's handling of metadata, she will have the opportunity. Oh, guess what? Guess what again? Opportunity to seek redress in the context of the retrial. Fuck you, Bev. Fuck you. Fuck you. Bev. To Bev. Saying that to Bev. Withholding of exculpatory statement by Jen McCabe. Okay, in anticipation of her trial testimony, the Commonwealth met with McCabe. Lolly and other people, okay, Tully, were present. Tully asked McCabe why her cell phone would have been in the area of Link's house on January 30th, 2024. McCabe said she was with Carrie Roberts, who was picking up her daughter at the residence, and she did not speak with Link while there. The Commonwealth did not turn over the substance of this conversation to the defense prior to McCabe taking the witness stand. Tully wrote a brief report on the meeting, but it was not produced to the defense until May 29th, 2024. I'm just looking, you guys, see what you guys think. Mod you. Well, but that has nothing to do with what you probably said that when I was talking about, you know, you having your own live streams or whatever. And like I was saying, you have an open invite to come on here as a guest anytime you want. So I don't think you don't have to be modded for that. On May 21st, an official still struggling with the Discord. I'm so sorry. Hopefully, maybe try it again tomorrow and it'll work. I don't know. On May 21st, 2024, Attorney Jackson cross-examined McCabe on behalf of the defense. He asked McCabe if anything significant happened on January 30th, and she explained that she went to Link's house with Roberts to drop off Roberts' daughter, and Link's wife came out of the house to talk to them. Jackson questioned McCabe as to why she did not report the fact that she had met with one of the first responding officers on the case working for the Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case. He further questioned her on the length of the conversation, who else she talked to at the house, where she was during the conversation, and if she went in the house. During cross-examination, Jackson also questioned McCabe about the details of her. So she's just going to be like, look, it's fine because you crossed on it. That's what she's going to say. her discussions with Lolly and all the people. She testified that when Tully went to her house and asked if she went to Lank's house, she at first I said no, I've never been to his house. Then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation. Nope, you don't have to be. I only just started doing memberships just like a month ago, but I've had the Discord for a long time. On June 18th, after the defense had received Tully's report of his meeting with McCabe, Jackson raised the issue of the Commonwealth's failure to disclose McCabe's statements during the meeting prior to her testimony. During the trial, the Commonwealth interviewed Jen McCabe, apparently had a full interview with her. Lieutenant Tully took a report, dated the report, and then the Commonwealth held on to the report until after she testified. The interview, the report, and the completion of the report were all done before her testimony. The court offered to allow Jackson to call McCabe back to the witness. Oh my God, really? This is what she's going to say? He said, right. His point, he's like, yeah, my point is not that I need to call her back. I've done the damage that needs to be done on Jen McCabe, right? When the court asked you what, Jackson repeated, I've done the damage that needs to be done on Jennifer McCabe, and stated, I don't need to call her back. Defendant's argument. The defendant argues that in violation of Brady and Rule 14, the Commonwealth withheld the false statement given by McCabe, and it's in scare quotes, false statement, given by McCabe to Tully regarding her visit to Lank's house, which the defendant claims she could have used to impeach McCabe. The version of Rule 14 then in effect required that the statements of persons the party intends to call as witnesses are subject to automatic discovery. The Commonwealth, therefore, should have provided. Look, this is number 5. What am I counting again? I'm counting when Judge Bev actually concedes that something was fucked up, right? So the first 4 were all related to the Lallyport videos and things being in Trooper Proctor's file and whatnot. This is number 5, and here it is. The Commonwealth, therefore, should have provided McCabe's statement to the defendant after meeting with her and certainly before her testimony. All right, what are you going to do about it, Judge Bev? What are you going to do about it? However, the defendant cannot reasonably claim that she suffered any prejudice as a result of not having McCabe's statement. And what is she going to say? Because cross. This is disgusting. On cross-examination, Jackson questioned McCabe extensively about what she had told Tully about her visit to Lank's house and why she had not disclosed such events before and the details of her visit to the house. Moreover, Jackson expressed satisfaction with the damage he believed he had inflicted on McCabe's credibility when he declined the court's invitation to recall McCabe as a witness to the stand in the recall McCabe to the witness stand in this manner. Jackson undermined any newfound claim of prejudice based on the late disclosure. And once again, the remedy for a violation such as this is not dismissal, especially where, as here, the defendant's rights can be fully protected at the retrial. Fuck me. I'm gonna lose it. It's not a remedy because it was already happening because of the jury being hung, like we've said. If she thinks the proper remedy is a retrial, which is kind of what she's saying, here's where she's getting it wrong. If she thinks the proper remedy is a retrial, then the answer is not, oh, she's already has a retrial because it was a mistrial. The answer is you grant her a retrial, as in from this juncture, right? You start over and grant her a retrial. I mean, obviously it should be dismissed, but my point is, if she thinks she should be granted a retrial for this, right, for all these reasons that she's laying out, the answer isn't, oh, well, she already has one. And part of the point is it's supposed to be a sanction to the Commonwealth, right? That's why I keep saying, oh my God, Okay, remedy for discovery violations. As noted repeatedly herein, the defendant has not demonstrated that she suffered any actual prejudice based on this Commonwealth's late disclosure or failure to disclose evidence before the first trial. However, even if the defendant were able to show prejudice, the appropriate remedy would not be dismissal of the charges. Under the circumstances of this case, okay, she's talking about she's talking about this case. Okay, under the circumstances of this case where there was a mistrial and the defendant now has the evidence at issue prior to the second trial, she cannot show that she suffered. It's like, but for the fact that the jury hung, she wouldn't have the remedy. This You know what it is? It's like Judge Bev in hindsight is like relying on the jury to have remedied these issues ahead of time. Like the jury, that's not their job. Their job is not to remedy these issues. It's Judge Bev's job. I can't. Indeed, even in cases where the withholding of evidence is brought to light after a conviction, the remedy is after a conviction though. Oh my God. The remedy is most often a new trial, not dismissal of the charges. That's after a conviction. Fuck. Nor has the defendant shown that the Commonwealth's conduct was so egregious, deliberate, and intentional that prejudice would be presumed. Such a theory should be narrowly applied and confined to situations where the misconduct is cast such doubt as to poison the entire investigation, and a stronger deterrent is warranted to prevent repetition of such misconduct. If it's not warranted here, then where? That's the question I have. If it's not warranted here, then where? Literally. Ugh. The facts before the court do not depict a concerted and intentional attempt by the prosecution team to deprive the defendant of discovery which would have aided her case. Even if the defendant were able to show that the conduct at issue here on part of members of the prosecution team was intentional, the remedy would be a new trial. Stop it, dude. I'm gonna lose. No. Even if the defendant were able to show that the conduct at issue here on part of the members of the prosecution team was intentional. Look, okay, if you even just take what she's conceded to, right? By she, I mean Judge Bev. And one of those things being that Trooper Proctor didn't turn the things over. He put it in his file and he did this and that with it. There was like, remember how I was counting and the first 4 were related to that? Those are intentional actions. Just from what she actually conceded. Remember, law enforcement is part of the prosecution team. Then you've already gotten here. You've already gotten here to the intentional part. Anyway, the remedy would be a new trial with a timely disclosure of the evidence, not dismissal. Again, then she should be granting her a new trial at this juncture. For these reasons, it's different. In this case, defendant's rights to the disclosure of evidence pursuant to Brady and the rules of criminal procedure are fully protected because it's like she's relying on the jury to do her job now because no verdict was returned. This is stupid. I can't. Her rights are fully protected because no verdict was returned at the conclusion of the first trial and a retrial is about to start. She has suffered no irremediable loss of any constitutional right, and her motion for dismissal on these grounds must be denied. Oh my God. Now we're on to the interference with the jury. So we're going to learn some more information here, guys, that we didn't have before. We kind of heard whiffs about it, but we didn't really have all the information. So during trial, 2 issues arose with jurors. You know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to take a swoop. We're going to take a swoop before we get into this. Let's do this. Canton time, Jackson, Yanetti, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall, I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. Okay, quick song break. That's funny. That's hilarious, right? Yeah, totally. I was probably around the same age, potentially. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to look at that while I'm reading these documents, so I'll have to look at that after the after I finish the live stream. Because it's just too much. I only have one set of eyeballs, and I've already got two screens, and it's hard enough to even see the chat. I mean, I can't see the chat while I'm reading. I have to try to go back and forth. So, okay. So factual background. So we're back here with the interference for the jury. During trial, two issues arose with jurors. The first occurred on June 14th when one juror, Juror A, reported to the court that another juror, Juror B, had made some comments about the evidence and the defendant. Footnote 9. The court has omitted identifying information about the jurors. Such information is not necessary for purposes of this decision, and of course, the full record is available for appellate review. This has been done to afford the citizens who served as jurors in this case as much privacy and peace of mind as is allowed by our law. Fine. The court called Juror B to sidebar and questioned her about what she had said, if she could keep an open mind and consider the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. Despite her representations that she could, the defense expressed concern that the comments had been one-sided and against the defense, and that Juror B be excluded. The court then inquired of Juror A. Juror A stated that Juror B had made comments to her about the defendant's facial expressions during the trial. The court then questioned two other jurors whom Juror A said were sitting close by when Juror B made the comments. Both jurors stated that they had not heard what Juror B said directly, but that Juror A had mentioned it to them. Sounds like a lot of hearsay. The court then called back Juror B, who denied making any negative comments about the defendant. Oh my God. After questioning the jurors, the court consulted with counsel. The Commonwealth expressed that if the court struck Juror B, then it should also strike Juror A. The defense disagreed as to Juror A. The court ultimately decided to dismiss just Juror B from the jury. On June 25th, 2024, just before closing arguments were scheduled to take place, the court received information from court security about another issue involving Juror A. A member of the Massachusetts State Police had contacted court security and said that he received information that a juror thought to be Juror A was at one of the local posts for the American Legion. What? Talking about the case, and there may be a recording of her doing so. Oh my God, what? At roll call for the Dedham Police on the morning of June 25th, a number of officers confirmed that they'd heard similar. How do they all know who the juror is, though? The court called a sidebar to discuss this new information with the attorneys. Defense counsel asked for the name of the Massachusetts State Police officer who had received the information, and a court officer stated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Oh, of course it was. Right. This is supposed to be the one who has no contact with the jurors. That's what Judge Bev said. Fanning is a supervisor in the Norfolk County Detective Unit. During the investigation into O'Keefe's death, he was Proctor's supervisor. He was also, if it's not bad enough already, he was also one of the recipients of a group text circulated by Proctor, included the reference looking for nudes on the defendant's cell phone, as well as a reference to the defense counsel's retarded client's phone. Defense counsel represents, and for purposes of this motion, the court accepts that Fanning also interviewed some witnesses in this case. Fanning was not himself a witness at the trial. After explaining to the attorneys the situation, the court called Juror A to sidebar. The following exchange occurred. Okay. It's all good, official. It's all good. Hopefully it'll work for you tomorrow, too. The court, it's been brought to my attention that you might have been out recently at the American Legion or Knights of Columbus or someplace like that in Dedham, and that someone has reported that you may have been recorded talking about this case. That's the information I received. What can you tell me about any of that? The juror, I don't know. The court, have you been at American Legion Hall? The juror, like a month ago. The court, okay, at the time, were you talking at all about the juror? Not that I remember, no. The court, do you remember if people there mentioned to you anything about the case? The juror, I was drinking, I don't remember. Holy mother of God. The court, okay, the further information I have is that this morning, several Dedham police officers said they heard the same thing. The juror, okay. The court, all right, could it have happened? The juror, I don't know. The court, okay. The juror, I really don't know. The court asked the juror to step aside and then discussed the matter with the attorneys. The Commonwealth expressed concern that the juror had been involved in the previous issue and requested that the juror be excused. The defense objected, arguing that the previous incident was unrelated. Focusing on the incident, the court conveyed a concern that the juror did not deny the incident, but instead stated she had been drinking. The defense responded that the court should consider that no other juror had been affected and that the source of the information was a Massachusetts state police officer. Therefore, a discussion about Lieutenant Fanning ensued, with defense counsel suggesting that Fanning and the Massachusetts state police may be targeting potential jurors for the purpose of trying to get them. The court allowed defense counsel to make its argument about why the court should not dismiss the juror. ADA McLaughlin then explained to the court and to defense counsel Lieutenant Fanning's role. This is the thing we've heard so much about, but not very much. We've heard certain things. Lieutenant Fanning is the commander of the extensive security operations that this case, probably only one that this case has required. What occurred is he received the information. He did not investigate. He had no evidence of any crime. If he did investigate or reached out to anyone, that could have been considered an improper influence on a jury. What he did is reported to the chief of the trial court security to make the trial court aware, as it is simply a trial court issue. The Commonwealth then made its argument regarding why the court should dismiss juror A. The court then conveyed its decision. I believe there is credible evidence that this juror had conversation about this case. She did not deny it. I find that there had been a violation, or has been violation of the court order for failure to report it on a repeated basis. Juror A had no problem reporting the other juror, but then at the time did not tell us that she'd spoke to the other two jurors I inquired of. She told us they may have overheard, and then it was another juror identified by seat number who ultimately told us that the juror had reported to her what the other juror had said. Juror A may not remember whether she spoke about this case, but I wouldn't be surprised if she remained as a juror if we did. Wait, what? Hold on. But I wouldn't be surprised if she remained as a juror if we did hear from somebody who was at the VFW that night after all this. So for all those reasons, I'm going to excuse her from sitting on this jury. At this point, the sidebar conversation concluded about Lieutenant Fanning. The following exchange occurred. A.D. McLaughlin. What I said was that Lieutenant Fanning is the unit commander of the security operations, which I know from the past 3.5 months, that's his role. For the jury, the court, hold on. A.D. McLaughlin, not for the jury, for trial support and security. Interesting. Do we know the disgraced officer's name? Defendant's argument. So what this is looking like to me again is Judge Bev being like, look, like, so the things that's like their grounds, right? Their grounds for dismissal, right? For this motion to dismiss is Judge Bev takes it around and interprets it or reframes it as a good thing. I'm helping you. This is good for you. Defendant's argument. A criminal defendant isn't, that's funny, Twiz. Criminal defendant is entitled to a trial by an impartial jury pursuant to the 6th Amendment. The defendant here argues that her rights have been violated by the dismissal of juror A. According to the defendant, the court's dismissal of this juror was improperly based on the juror's views of the case. Specifically, the defendant contends that juror A appeared sympathetic to the defense, and therefore MSP, who have interest in the defendant being convicted, targeted the juror to get her dismissed before deliberations. The defendant also argues that the court failed to employ the proper process before dismissing the juror. These arguments have no basis in fact or law. I think Judge Bev has no basis in fact or law. The defendant's first argument relies on a significant claim to clairvoyance. Oh boy, really? Jesus. About juror A's sympathies at the time of the sidebar conference, and it is premised on unsubstantiated claims regarding Fanning's involvement with the jury. Despite being specifically informed at sidebar that Fanning was not in charge of security for the jury, and without providing any evidence that Fanning ever interacted with any member of the jury, defense counsel repeatedly claims, and remember, when this came up in that hearing, that was that day that, well, I guess every day Judge Bev is mad at the defense, but she got really pissed about this, right? She got really offended. Like, it's this whole thing of like defending the Commonwealth, right? Oh, God. Despite being specifically informed at sidebar that Fanning was not in charge of security for the jury and without providing any evidence that Fanning ever interacted with any member of the jury, defense counsel repeatedly claims without any evidentiary support throughout their memorandum in support of the present motion that Fanning was commander of jury security or in charge of jury security and had access to and control over the jury at the first trial. In fact, and as made clear to the defense counsel at sidebar, Fanning was the commander of security operations during the trial and not in charge of the jury. Footnote 11. I guess we got 2 footnotes, actually. The defense argued at the hearing on this motion that it is reasonable to assume that Fanning had access to the jury because he apparently knew or became aware that the person involved in the incident at the American Legion Post was a juror in the retrial. In fact, this is the very opposite of a reasonable assumption. And then footnote 11, defense counsel submitted an incomplete transcript of the sidebar discussion, omitting the part where ADA McLaughlin states in no uncertain terms that Lieutenant Fanning was the commander of security operations, not for the jury, but for trial support and security. I bet that's one of the things that pissed her off, Judge Bev, I mean. Oh, thanks. Yeah, that name rings a bell. Fanning's role at the first trial related to the significant and unusual security concerns caused by large crowds in the immediate area of the courthouse. To ensure the defendant's right to a fair trial with an impartial jury, free from outside influence, the court instituted a buffer zone around the courthouse during jury selections and throughout trial. The Massachusetts State Police and local police enforced the buffer zone. Fanning, a supervising officer assigned to the Norfolk DA's office, was one of the commanding officers outside of the courthouse. The trial court is responsible for jurors. Court officers employed by the trial court, and only those officers are in charge of the jury. The only people with access to the jury at the courthouse are the court officers of the trial court. The court officers have a sworn duty to watch over the jury. That responsibility was not and cannot be transferred to the Massachusetts State Police. I mean, the thing is this: you can't trust any of this because they just make up their own rules and do what they want. So none of this is true, right? The rules don't apply. So thus, counsel's claim that Fanning was in charge of the jury and was directly involved in efforts to have there's a typo there, one of the jurors dismissed, is simply false. It is, of course, required that lawyers present only good faith arguments to the court. So this is, remember when I was referencing this a second ago where she gets all mad? Is she going to get all mad again? Really? Failure of counsel to take care with the truth of their assertions. Remember the whole lack of candor thing, right? The truth of their assertions in this, and I already read those footnotes, by the way, in this regard has particularly damaging consequences. This case has generated substantial public interest locally and nationally. To suggest without factual support that a Massachusetts State Police officer had influence over the court and the jury in the first trial is to invite unwarranted public is this a joke? Help! Help! Y'all. To invite unwarranted public speculation and distrust about the integrity of the Massachusetts. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke, right? This is a joke. You know, it's like one of those things, right? It's like when Judge Bev doesn't want the public trust or integrity of the Massachusetts judicial system, when she doesn't want that to be anything that matters at all, she just ignores it, right? But now when it comes to punishing the defense for what she perceives as a problem with candor to the court, right? Because that's freaking sidebar. Now, you know, in other words, it's only the defense. It's only the defense that can invite unwarranted public speculation and distrust about the integrity of the judicial. Like, I don't even... This needs this. I don't even know what Okay. It can also be seen as an improper attempt to influence potential jurors in advance of the retrial. Thus, the court takes this opportunity to make clear that neither Fanning nor anyone else from the Massachusetts State Police interacted with members of the jury or influenced the court's decision to dismiss Juror A in any way. When Fanning became aware of information regarding Juror A, he turned it over to the court officer assigned to the case because it was a matter to be dealt with solely by the trial court. The defendant also argues that the court failed to employ the proper process before dismissing the juror. This argument is based on an incorrect understanding of the law. Really? With respect to the process the court must undertake when presented with an issue to a sitting juror. A judge has the discretionary authority to dismiss a juror at any time in the best interests of justice. When there is an indication that a juror is unable to perform his or her duties, a judge may properly discharge that juror. So basically, when Judge Bev just decides, essentially, right? I mean, when a judge has reasonable concern that a sitting juror cannot comply with a court order to not discuss the case, the judge, after individual voir dire, may dismiss the juror. When alerted that Juror A might have been talking about the case at a local American Legion post, she's just ignoring the thing that was, she's ignoring the problem that was raised by the defense, which was who reported it, right? Who reported it? And it was like law enforcement from the state police. She just ignores that part. When alerted that Juror A may have been talking about this case at the local stupid thing, the court explained the situation to the attorneys and then called the juror in for questioning. Juror A did not deny that this occurred, but rather stated she did not remember and that she was drinking. The court then heard argument from counsel about what action should be taken. In deciding to dismiss the juror, the court considered Juror A's equivocal answers to questions about the incident, as well as the fact that there was a previous incident involving Juror A, which she was not entirely forthcoming about with her other jurors. Sorry, about her communication with other jurors about Juror B. Thus, the court considered the American Legion Post incident to be a second failure by Juror A. If she truly thought that this American Legion thing was a big enough deal, she wouldn't be relying on this. Like, it's not a 2 strikes you're out thing, right? If you're talking about the case and all that, right? 1 strike you're out. So this is interesting to me that she needs to use it as it was a second failure, right? By Juror A to comply with the court's order not to talk about the case. Based on the totality of these this is crazy, but it's the totality of these circumstances. The court decided in its discretion to dismiss the juror. The defendant cites several cases in support of her argument that post-impanelment but pre-deliberation, if a judge is alerted to potential misconduct of or affecting jurors, the judge first determines whether the material raises a serious question of possible prejudice. If she so determines, then she must hold a hearing to inquire further into the alleged misconduct. Based on the cited cases, the defendant argues that the court's questioning of Juror A was insufficient. The defendant, however, misunderstands the law. This is so offensive. First, the cases cited are inopposite. the statute which governs the dismissal or discharge of a juror draws a distinction in the process required for deliberating jurors and non-deliberating jurors. While the defendant appears to recognize there is a difference between a juror who has been sworn in but is not yet deliberating and a deliberating juror, she confuses the distinction in her discussion of the law. The defendant also fails to cite any authorities suggesting, as she contends, that the court was required to engage in an evidentiary hearing with Lieutenant Fanning before deciding whether to dismiss the juror. The court here called Juror A to sidebar to conduct an individual voir dire, heard argument from both defense counsel and the prosecution, and explained to counsel that the juror would be dismissed based on credible evidence that this juror had conversations about this case. The defendant was afforded all procedural protections that she was entitled to before the court made its discretionary decision. For the foregoing reasons, the defendant's motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct is denied. The defendant's alternative request for an evidentiary hearing on the matter is also denied. I mean, and of course, the thing is this, right? I think every single person that I'm on to, I mean, including myself, right? Every single person when we were watching these hearings, right, was like, obviously, at least there needs to be an evidentiary hearing. And, you know, my take at the time was initially, before we got to the end, was like, based on what she was saying, it seemed like she was also leaning that way until we got to the end. And when we got to the end of that hearing, and she started talking about the scheduling, I was like, oh, she's just going to dismiss. She's not going to do any of it. She's just going to deny the whole thing. Because why? April 1st or bust. But the audacity, though, to even say that the whole thing about the public trust and the, where was it? Unwarranted public speculation and distrust about the integrity of the Massachusetts judicial system. Incredible. It's incredible. It's really something else. It's sad. We're going to see what AI thinks of the Massachusetts judicial system. No, I want auto. Auto. Okay. That's what it thinks. I mean, this is definitely wrong. The scales of justice, no. That's interesting. What's going on with this dude's chin? He's got a thing on his chin at the bottom right. That's interesting. Huh. What happens if it's just Massachusetts? Boats, waterfall. Well, there you go. Lighthouses. Why is this lighthouse so tiny? That's not going to help anybody. Well, guys, that is going to be it for this one. Again, shout out to you, Happy Annie. Thank you so much for coming in clutch, as they say, and getting me that document. Thank you. So, and of course, it is in the Discord for anyone who also wants to be able to just read it. Although I don't know why you. It's just if you feel like being angry, right? You could always take a look, I guess. But yeah. So what we'll do is tomorrow we will. Well, maybe tomorrow. Well, okay. So we have that other Karen Reed document, right? That came out just within the past couple hours, but I have to be able to zoom in and make it so you guys can see it. So depending on sort of how many filings come out, we may do that tomorrow. We might do that the next day. But what I'm expecting to do tomorrow again is the BK live stream with the remaining new documents, which are the death penalty related ones. And then again, hopefully, if all goes well with the camera thing and the technology, the members only live stream. If I can't figure it out by tomorrow, then we'll do it, maybe the next day. But basically that's going to be the Never Have I Ever. Twiz is asking what's next. What do you mean what's next? I think I was just saying what's next. Yeah, the Easter doc. It's just that it was so tiny, like you guys saw, right? New docs in Idaho come out tomorrow. Because I was thinking that the Easter doc, there's probably going to be something else too, right? I would think for Karen Reed. But I mean, I could have that. It's just that I have to be able to crop it and make it so you guys can see it. And it's a lot of pages. And it was so tiny on the screen. Donna had a hearing and it was like 5 minutes. So Twiz is like, no, we want more. We want more. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. I want to be where the trials are. I want to see some justice. Something new and fun. I mean, I've got a stream set up. We could do Murdoch if you guys want. We could totally do Murdoch. We can do that. Now, what it would be is it would be Peter Rudofsky in the master timeline. So you're going to want to make sure that you guys are awake and, you know, thinking caps and whatever, what have you, because that's the state's last witness, and it's extraordinary. He does an extraordinary job. The response to the appellate brief was filed. Is that's the federal? Are you talking about federal, Annie? Or no, you're talking about Murdoch? Maybe? That would be crazy because I literally was just checking this yesterday and I didn't see it. Like, holy shit, the odds of that. Let me see. I read part of the filing. I don't know what you're talking about, Annie. Which filing? Are you talking about the one that I thought was them saying that something was denied and then it wasn't? Is that what you're referencing? Because that's the First Circuit. That's federal. I mean, yeah, because it looks like, anyway, just falling back on the Murdoch appeal, it looks like they've not, you know, they're still waiting on a response from the Supreme Court, the South Carolina Supreme Court. Oh, right. Yeah. So that's the thing. So I wasn't planning on reading that because I've not been covering the federal filings. So, and then I asked about it yesterday if anybody wanted me to, and nobody said yes. So I didn't save it. So of the ones that I would normally be reading would be the Easter one because it's the state Commonwealth. Yeah, that's possible, official. So anyway, do you guys want to go into Murdoch? Are you guys up for Peter Rudofsky and the master timeline? Okay, Annie says yes. Okay. We got one yes. That's enough for me. So let me just set this up real quick so it'll redirect you guys. Okay, just 1 second. So okay. You should be able to see the stream now. And now I'm just going to set it up to redirect you guys. Okay. Okay, should redirect you guys. There we go. That should work. That should work. Okay, that should work. That should work. So, coolio. Okay, well then, awesome. We will send you guys on over there. I'll be there as well. The magic of technology. And I will roll the outro.